I have a space station. Chapter 1. The courier has arrived, activating the space station. Outside the Earth's atmosphere, countless pieces of space debris drifted. No one had noticed that mixed in with it was a miniature space station, roughly 1 meter in diameter. This miniature space station, consisting of 2 modules, had been drifting in space for 230 million years. On this day, the space station's indicator lights illuminated, and the equipment inside began to function. July 1, 2054 AD. Earth, China, Binjiang City. Binjiang Hospital, Intensive Care Unit floor. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Seal off the entire floor. No one is allowed to enter or leave. A group of people wearing white protective suits were running in the corridor. 2 people were assigned to guard each room door, quickly taking their positions. Those in the wards who wanted to come out were all blocked from leaving. Another person, holding a megaphone, stood in the corridor, loudly issuing orders. Binjiang City, a certain residential complex. Hello, delivery. Delivery. Dongfang Chen thought for a moment. It didn't seem like he had bought anything recently. He looked at the delivery slip, and it did indeed have his name on it. Whoa! He lifted the package. It felt quite heavy. The package was a large cardboard box, and judging from the appearance, it was very likely a computer host. He carried the cardboard box into the living room and found a box cutter to open it. The contents were very well packaged, surrounded by thick foam boards. He turned the cardboard box over, opening facing down, and lifted it up. He removed the foam packaging. Inside was indeed a computer host. This computer host looked a size larger than a typical home computer. The materials used were very solid, and the workmanship was also good. However, he didn't buy this computer host, yet he was the recipient, which was a bit strange. Who exactly sent this? Dongfang Chen looked at the computer host, lost in thought. Hello, delivery. Another delivery. Dongfang Chen opened the door and saw the deliveryman panting as he carried a very large box. He hurriedly made way, allowing the deliveryman to come straight in. The deliveryman put down the box, told him that someone would come to install it later, asked him to wait patiently, and then turned and left. He looked at the recipient information. It was still him. What's going on? Dongfang Chen couldn't understand. The product name was printed on the outer packaging. It was a 70-inch touchscreen monitor. He sat down on the sofa, trying hard to remember, but he had no clue. He had no family. His only grandmother had passed away many years ago. He hadn't been in contact with his relatives for many years, so it was impossible for a relative to buy these things and send them to him. He hadn't contacted his classmates in a long time, and it was impossible for these things to be sent to him by a classmate. The deliveryman left after delivering the goods and didn't ask for payment on delivery. He got up again and walked to the packaging, looking at the delivery slip. Fortunately, the sender's information was on it. So he picked up his phone and dialed the sender's phone number. The other party was a technology company specializing in customizing various computer hosts. Hello, help me check an order. I'll read you the order number. I want to ask who placed this order. Yes, that's right, this phone number is mine. My name is Dongfang Chen. What? I placed the order. That's all, thank you. Making the call was useless. He had actually placed the order himself? He opened his bank account to take a look, thankfully. Balance, 16.38 yuan, not a penny more, not a penny less. He also opened the online store to take a look, nothing in pending receipt, nothing in completed orders either. Can't figure it out. Before long, the installer arrived. He took down the TV in the living room and replaced it with this touchscreen monitor. Since the installation service was a value-added service of the product, there were no additional fees, and the installer left after installing it. He connected the computer host and connected it to the monitor, then turned it on. The screen displayed something. System loading, please wait. Attempting to connect to the internet, please wait. Connection successful. Configuring language, please wait. Querying authorization, please wait. Loading authorization page, please wait. Authorization page loaded. As the last prompt ended, the screen flashed, and a huge virtual face appeared on the screen. Dongfang Chen, hello, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. An electronic synthesized voice came from the screen. Hearing this voice, Dongfang Chen felt a chill down his spine. The more he looked, the weirder it seemed. From beginning to end, he didn't perform any operations, but the system was able to directly connect to his home's wireless network, and the entire configuration process didn't require his participation. That meant that the other party already knew all of his information. How do you know my name? Dongfang Chen frowned and asked. I randomly selected 100 candidate profiles with the necessary information from databases around the world, so of course I know everyone's name, the virtual head replied. So, you completely understand my personal situation? Dongfang Chen asked. I already understand all the information that can be found on the internet, the electronic voice replied. Who exactly are you? Dongfang Chen asked. Sorry, to answer this question, I need to obtain authorization first, the electronic voice replied. How do I obtain authorization? Dongfang Chen asked. The authorization interface is open, please select a suitable authorization method, the electronic voice said. Immediately afterward, a selection box appeared on the screen. There were 3 authorization methods in the selection box. Fingerprint authorization. Iris authorization, recommended. Gene authorization, unavailable. Dongfang Chen selected iris authorization. Please get closer to the camera, the electronic voice replied. Dongfang Chen moved closer. Verifying, please wait. Verification passed. Congratulations, authorization successful. Immediately afterward, the screen flashed, and a line of text appeared. Downloading core control program, please wait patiently. Above the text was a large percentage, 2%. Chapter 2. After waiting for half an hour, the percentage finally reached 100%. Core program loading complete, deploying. The prompt changed, and the percentage above became 27%. Another 20 minutes passed, and the percentage reached 100%. Core program deployment complete, about to start. The screen flashed, went black, and then lit up again. After waiting for about 5 seconds, a complete virtual girl appeared on the screen, wearing a professional secretary outfit with lace stockings and a miniskirt. Greetings, Commander. I am your personal AI assistant, Xiaolin. I am very happy to serve you. Xiaolin, can you tell me what exactly is going on? Dongfang Chen asked. Commander, you can ask me anything you want to know at any time, Xiaolin replied. First, tell me, where did you come from? Dongfang Chen asked. I am an advanced artificial intelligence jointly developed by 153,276 scientists, Xiaolin replied. Xiaolin didn't understand Dongfang Chen's meaning, so he changed the question. Then who sent these devices? The space station's main program randomly selected 100 candidate samples with the necessary information from databases around the world, and sent the same package to each candidate sample via the ground internet, Xiaolin replied. So that's how it is, Dongfang Chen understood. The virtual face had said something similar earlier. Yes, Commander, Xiaolin affirmed. What are you trying to do by randomly selecting 100 people? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. To find a suitable commander for the space station, Xiaolin explained. Space station? Is it the kind of space station I understand, floating in orbit around the blue planet? Dongfang Chen didn't know how to phrase it better, worried that the artificial intelligence wouldn't accurately understand his question. Yes, Commander, Xiaolin affirmed. Then, since you can be launched into space, why is there no commander? Why do you need to find one this way? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. There were too many unreasonable things. Commander, the creators of the space station no longer exist, so there is no administrator, Xiaolin replied. Don't exist? How can they not exist? If they don't exist, how were you launched into space? Dongfang Chen still didn't understand. Yes, they don't exist. The space station was launched by the ancient Nata civilization. The Nata civilization has disappeared from your blue planet, so there is no administrator, Xiaolin patiently explained. What is the Nata civilization? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. According to the current human classification, the Nata civilization existed in the Triassic period, 230 million years ago. It was a technological civilization earlier than the current human civilization. The space station was developed and launched by 153,276 scientists at that time. The Triassic period. 230 million years ago. Dongfang Chen exclaimed. He had learned a little about it when he was in school, and some archaeologists speculated that a civilization similar to human civilization might have appeared in the Triassic period, but due to the lack of evidence, it was not recognized by most scientists and scholars. However, there was indeed a mass extinction event in the Triassic period, which can be proven from the unearthed fossils of ancient organisms. Are you saying that you have been floating in space for over 200 million years? Dongfang Chen asked in shock. To be precise, the space station, in a dormant state, has been operating in space for 230 million years. My image and consciousness were just synthesized by the system based on your location, preferences, language, and cultural characteristics after you activated the space station, Xiaolin corrected Dongfang Chen's wording. It seems that Xiaolin's lace stockings and miniskirt have a reason. Male gender, likes females, no problem. Since the space station has been flying in the sky for over 200 million years, why didn't you look for a commander earlier? Why wait until now? And why must you find a commander? Can't you run on your own? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. Commander, it is meaningless for the space station to operate without management, which is also part of the program settings. The core module of the space station stores all the civilization achievements of the Nata civilization. After the civilization disappeared, the main mission of the space station is to continue to monitor the blue planet and wait for the opportunity to pass on these achievements. In the long past of 230 million years, either there was no civilization on the blue planet, or the civilization level did not have the basic conditions to open the space station. But as far as I know, humans landed on the moon decades ago. Why wait until now to find a commander? Dongfang Chen joked. Commander, this is because the space station does not monitor the blue planet in real time. To ensure the space station operates longer and avoid accidental damage as much as possible, the space station only started once every 500,000 years in the first 200 million years, and continued to enter a dormant state after completing ground monitoring. It wasn't until 100,000 years ago, after monitoring the birth of intelligent life on the blue planet, that the space station adjusted to start once every 10,000 years, and then reduced to once every 1,000 years. With the rise of human civilization and the acceleration of development, the space station adjusted to start once every 100 years. The last time it started, human technology had not yet entered the information age, and did not meet the most basic conditions for starting the space station, Xiaolin continued to explain. Chapter 3. That makes sense, Dongfang Chen muttered to himself, stroking his chin. Then why didn't you directly impart all the knowledge to humanity after discovering human civilization, and instead chose to find a commander to take over? Dongfang Chen continued to look for loopholes. Accidents can interrupt the development of civilization at any time. This includes a series of irresistible factors, as well as constant wars within and outside the civilization. Furthermore, an individual's cognition cannot transcend the limitations of civilization and exist independently. Therefore, forcibly selecting a commander in inappropriate circumstances is unsafe. For example, 3,000 years ago, the space station monitored several early human civilizations near the Tropic of Cancer that already possessed relatively complete social structures, but the technological level at the time was still in its initial stages. However, when the space station was activated again, only the Huaxia civilization where Commander Your Excellency is located remained, and the other civilizations had disappeared. Another aspect is for safety considerations. The information stored in the core module is highly compressed. After full expansion, it requires a huge and fully functional space station to carry it. In this process, in addition to consuming massive amounts of resources, once the space station is fully expanded, uncontrollable risks will increase exponentially. If a new civilization is not found to inherit these technological achievements, the result will be devastating. Furthermore, without the cooperation of Commander Your Excellency, the space station cannot complete this process on its own due to a lack of resources. Xiaolin's explanation basically cleared up most of Dongfang Chen's doubts. So, in other words, the upgrade of the space station is a step-by-step process of decompressing this information. And the process of upgrading, decompression, completely depends on my speed. Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, Commander Your Excellency. In most cases, the capabilities and scale of the ground control center determine the release progress of the space station. I will assist you in building the ground control center step by step, which will be a long process. You said earlier that the space station searched for 100 candidates, so what happened to the other 99 people now? Dongfang Chen asked. The others will no longer be able to obtain authorization, Xiaolin replied. Okay, I don't have any questions now. What do we do next? Dongfang Chen asked. Commander, Your Excellency, the space station currently only has the propulsion module and the core module, two basic modules. It cannot cope with possible emergencies. Once damaged, the consequences would be disastrous. It is recommended that you collect materials for upgrades as soon as possible, Xiaolin suggested. Okay, then how do I operate it? Dongfang Chen asked. Commander, Your Excellency, the core module comes with 100 worker bee robots, which are currently in a dormant state. You can activate the dormant robots and deploy them near the space station to collect space junk and recycle materials. Where are the robots? How do I activate them? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. You only need to send me instructions. Okay, then activate the robots and go collect materials, Dongfang Chen said. Yes, Commander, Your Excellency. Command issued. Worker bee robots have all been activated. Worker bee robots have all been released. What's next? Dongfang Chen asked. Commander, Your Excellency, the space station has issued an emergency notice, Xiaolin said. What emergency notice? Dongfang Chen asked. The space station has detected a SPDV1 type neurotropic virus in Binjiang City, where you are located. Based on the space station's modeling data, this virus has a 98% probability of causing a large-scale human infection. Currently, the Binjiang Hospital, the initial outbreak site, has been sealed off. Conservatively estimated, the first major outbreak will occur within 3 months, Xiaolin replied. What? Dongfang Chen was shocked. Commander, Your Excellency, in order to ensure your personal safety, I have already formulated a response plan for you before the virus outbreak, please check it, Xiaolin said. Okay, I'll take a look. Dongfang Chen said. Soon, a notification of an unread message appeared on the screen. Dongfang Chen opened it and glanced through it. The general content of the plan is to establish an underground base before the virus outbreak. First, Xiaolin is responsible for purchasing materials, and Dongfang Chen is responsible for renting warehouses to store these materials. Second, register several companies. Dongfang Chen is responsible for organizing the information, and Xiaolin is responsible for online application and subsequent financial issues. Third, after the company is registered, find a suitable plot of land to start building the underground base. Xiaolin will provide the corresponding plans and blueprints. Fourth, recruit personnel. Many tasks within the underground base require manpower to complete. At the same time, sufficient security is also needed. Dongfang Chen needs to complete the recruitment work. Xiaolin, is this virus really that scary? Dongfang Chen was still a little skeptical. Yes, Commander, Your Excellency. After being infected with the SPDV1 type neurotropic virus, there is a high probability that the infected person will experience brain death. Then how does this virus spread? Dongfang Chen asked. It spreads through blood, Xiaolin replied. It only spreads through blood, how could there be a large-scale outbreak? Dongfang Chen doubted. AIDS also spreads through blood, but didn't a pandemic occur? Chapter 4. Because of zombies. Xiaolin replied solemnly. Zombies. Dongfang Chen thought he had misheard. Such things only existed in movies. Yes, Commander. After infection, patients with brain death will have their nervous systems taken over by neurotropic viruses within 120 days. The released nerve signals will cause patients to exhibit animal-like behavior, showing characteristics of devouring, rage, and bloodlust, and being extremely aggressive. This process is called zombification. Xiaolin gave a brief introduction to the characteristics of the virus. So, if you get bitten by a zombie, you turn into one directly. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but think of many movie scenes, which all portrayed it that way. Most likely, that's what will happen, Xiaolin replied. What do you mean by most likely? Dongfang Chen asked. There is also a very small probability that the viral RNA will combine with nerve cells, leading to nerve cell mutation. What happens after mutation? After mutation, there may be changes in intelligence, mental strength, and other aspects. This manifests as increased memory, increased physical coordination, increased mental strength, and so on. Everyone's genes are different, and the results of the mutation will also vary, Xiaolin explained patiently. It seems that in this apocalyptic crisis, a chosen one will inevitably emerge. I wonder who will be so lucky, Dongfang Chen sighed. Now that the source has been discovered and the hospital has been sealed off, are there any other channels of transmission? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. Yes, Commander. First, mosquitoes will become the first link in the spread of the virus. The odor emitted by infected people before and after zombification will attract mosquitoes. These mosquitoes carrying the virus will transmit the virus to other people. Second, the incubation period of the virus varies greatly, from a few hours to about 20 days. Moreover, there are no obvious symptoms during the incubation period. This greatly increases the difficulty of eliminating the virus, Xiaolin explained. No wonder, Dongfang Chen nodded. Commander, are there any areas of the plan that need to be adjusted? Xiaolin asked. No, it's pretty good. Let's do it this way. First, filter and see which places are suitable for establishing underground bases. I'll prepare the information needed to register the company, Dongfang Chen instructed. Okay, Commander. All your office supplies have been ordered, please pay attention to receiving them, Xiaolin said. Okay, thank you. Afternoon. Printers, printing consumables, ink pads, pens, ordered by Xiaolin, packages flew in like goose feathers. Xiaolin, is this necessary? It's just printing a few application forms, there's no need to make such a big deal. Looking at the room full of packages, he was a little overwhelmed. Commander, these are all essential supplies, Xiaolin explained. Okay. You make sense. Dongfang Chen was unable to refute. He began the tedious physical labor, unpacking packages one by one. For the first time in his life, he felt that unpacking packages was hard work. Hello, is Mr. Dongfang home? Dongfang Chen was unpacking a package when he heard someone calling outside. What's the matter? Dongfang Chen asked, opening the door. Hello, are you Dongfang Chen, Mr. Dongfang? The person was wearing professional attire and spoke very politely. That's right. Dongfang Chen replied. Hello, Mr. Dongfang, the Defender V8 pickup truck you ordered has arrived. Please inspect the goods, the person said. What the heck? Wait a moment, Dongfang Chen turned and went back into the house. Xiaolin. Yes, Commander. You ordered a car for me. Yes, Commander. Damn, why didn't you tell me in advance? Dongfang Chen was very surprised. This is part of the office supplies, Xiaolin explained. Okay. Dongfang Chen understood that the office supplies he understood and the office supplies Xiaolin understood were not the same thing. Then can we order some other cars by the way? Dongfang Chen asked. What kind of car does the commander need? Let me think, an off-road vehicle. Big and spacious enough. Dongfang Chen said. Commander, 20 Hummers have been ordered for you and are currently being transferred. It may take a while, Xiaolin said. What? You also ordered Hummers? And 20 of them? Dongfang Chen instantly felt that his perspective was not broad enough and that he needed to learn from Xiaolin. Yes, Commander. These are essential items for travel, Xiaolin replied. When did Hummers become essential items? What he didn't understand was that after the virus outbreak, if you didn't have transportation, you could only walk. Turning around and going out, the staff was still waiting patiently at the door. Where's the car? Dongfang Chen asked. In the public parking lot, the staff said. Why didn't you drive it directly here? Dongfang Chen asked. There were empty parking spaces in front of his door. It doesn't fit, the staff said awkwardly. Okay, let's go over there then. Dongfang Chen went out wearing shorts and slippers. Rich people are different. Look at this vest, these shorts, these slippers, tisk tisk tisk, this is style. The staff next to him sighed in his heart. Many people were gathered around the public parking lot, all whispering. Why is it so lively? Dongfang Chen was a little surprised. It was usually difficult to see anyone here. Chapter 5. Mr. Dongfang, these are all your cars. Please inspect them, the staff member said. Looking around, a row of 20 brand new black pickup trucks were parked side by side, a sight that was absolutely shocking. The Defender V8 is not a small pickup truck for hauling goods, but a high-end pickup truck. That line, that body, that muscle, how many men dream of it, long for it day and night. But in Xiaolin's eyes, this is just a small pickup truck for hauling goods. 20 vehicles? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes. The staff member was still puzzled, doesn't he know what he bought? He realized at this moment why the staff member didn't drive the car to him downstairs, it really couldn't fit. Have you guys test-driven the cars? Dongfang Chen asked. 20 or so drivers stood by, nodding in unison. Is the gas full? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. The drivers continued to nod. Are the documents in the car? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. The drivers continued to nod. Okay, that's it then. Give me the keys, you can go back. Dongfang Chen said. Mr. Dongfang, aren't you going to inspect the cars? The staff member asked. No need to inspect, too much trouble. I'll find you if there are any problems. Dongfang Chen took the keys and walked away without looking back. Everyone looked at the receding figure of the man in the vest and sighed, the difference between people is so great. Many men and women on the spot picked up their mobile phones and started taking photos and videos frantically. Such a scene is rare. Dongfang Chen had just returned home when another delivery arrived. All kinds of tables, chairs, and benches, piled up in the living room. Dongfang Chen was directly overwhelmed, there was no place to even stand. Xiaolin, no more things can be sent home, there's no room to put them. Commander, would you like me to arrange an office space for you? Xiaolin asked. That's fine, you can look for one. Dongfang Chen replied casually. Anyway, things can't be put at home anymore, this situation is already comparable to a delivery station. Commander, do you have any special requirements for the office location? Xiaolin asked. Just somewhere close to home. Dongfang Chen thought for a moment and replied. Okay, 5 properties have been matched within a radius of 5 kilometers, and the relevant information has been sent to your panel, please check it. Xiaolin was very fast. Sure enough, a message appeared in the lower left corner of the computer screen. Dongfang Chen clicked to take a look. Dingzhen Fortune Building, 6th floor, 4,000 square meters. Dongfang Chen was stunned when he saw the first item. He knew this place, it was just across the road from his neighborhood. It was a newly built office building, developed by Dingzhen Real Estate, the largest real estate company in the area. Once completed, it became the tallest building and landmark in Binjiang City. Is the area a bit too big? Dongfang Chen asked. He was just one person, a place that big was useless. This entire floor is for sale as a whole. Xiaolin explained. You said for sale? Not for rent? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, Commander, it is for sale. Xiaolin replied. Okay, then let's go with this one. Dongfang Chen said. Okay, Commander. The payment has been completed, you can go to the site to sign the contract. Xiaolin replied. In a split second, Xiaolin had completed the online payment, the speed was so fast. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Dingzhen Real Estate. President Niu, our company account just received a payment of 320 million, with the remark being the purchase price for the 6th floor of the Fortune building, the financial manager came in to report. President Niu Xingwang, chairman of Dingzhen Real Estate. Wasn't the 6th floor just put on the market? Someone bought it already? And in full? Niu Xingwang was also stunned. Yes, the financial manager replied. Okay, I got it, you go and do your work, Niu Xingwang said. Okay. Niu Xingwang took out his phone and dialed a number. Which department of yours took the order for the 6th floor of the Fortune building? Niu Xingwang asked. Don't know. Niu Xingwang was puzzled. Well, okay. Go and check it out, see who bought it, Niu Xingwang instructed. Being able to take out more than 300 million in cash to buy a house, in Binjiang City, is already considered a big shot. Niu Xingwang is basically familiar with such people, but he just doesn't know which one it is. Buying such a large property, and not even informing him beforehand? You should know that if you let him know in advance, getting tens of millions of discounts from him would be no problem. Who exactly is so rich and powerful? Niu Xingwang thought carefully. With the printer and printing supplies ordered by Xiaolin, Dongfang Chen began to prepare the materials. 2 hours later. I'm done, finally. Xiaolin, I have already scanned the materials into the computer, can you handle the rest? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, Commander. Xiaolin replied. Well, that's good. Dongfang Chen nodded and sat down on the sofa. Commander, the materials have been collected, do you want to upgrade the space station? Xiaolin asked. Upgrade it. Dongfang Chen replied. Okay. Then the big screen flashed, the picture disappeared, leaving only a line in the middle. Space station is upgrading, please wait. Chapter 6. 30 minutes later. Commander, the space station upgrade is complete. Current level, 1. Level 1? Why is it still level 1 after the upgrade? Dongfang Chen asked, puzzled. Commander, it's like this. The space station's initial state is level 0, only ensuring basic detection functions. Smaller size, fewer functions, and less energy consumption are necessary to ensure the space station isn't damaged before finding a suitable commander, Xiaolin explained. Dongfang Chen looked at the three-dimensional projection on the screen. The space station's status had been refreshed. Currently, there are two modules. Power Module, Level 1. Core Module, Optical Brain Level 1, Space Station Main Program. Commander, the space station has been upgraded to Level 1 and can now build a central hall. Would you like to build it now? Xiaolin asked. Yes, build it. Dongfang Chen replied. Understood. Worker bee robots activated 100/100. Worker bee robots released. Xiaolin, in the future, you don't need to announce progress reports like this. Just display it on the screen. I only need the results. Understood, Commander. By the way, Xiaolin, is there a way to communicate via mobile phone? I need to go out, and this isn't very convenient. Yes, Commander. I have sent a virtual number to your mobile phone. You can use this number to contact me, Xiaolin said. That's good. Dongfang Chen saw that he had indeed received a text message on his phone with a string of numbers. Hello, welcome to Dingxin Fortune. Is this gentleman here to view properties or looking for someone? As soon as Dongfang Chen entered the Dingxin Fortune building, a young lady came up to greet him. Hello, I'm here to view properties, Dongfang Chen replied politely. Dongfang Chen. Suddenly, a man walked out from inside and called out. Liang Ming. Dongfang Chen asked in surprise. It turned out to be his high school classmate. It's been years. Where are you working now? Liang Ming asked. Preparing to start a company, Dongfang Chen replied. Oh, really? Starting a company? I heard you were preparing to start a company years ago. Are you still preparing now? Liang Ming asked. Dongfang Chen was a little unhappy. This Liang Ming had never gotten along with him. He didn't expect that after not seeing each other for several years, he would start throwing barbs as soon as they met. Yes, mainly because your company's building is being built too slowly, Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. Liang Ming was stunned. What did that mean? What does your starting a broken company have to do with our company building a building? Dongfang Chen meant that if you had built the building earlier, I could have bought a place to start a company earlier, right? However, Liang Ming didn't understand. You're still so unserious, Liang Ming said with a laugh. Dongfang Chen only gave a polite smile to Liang Ming's lack of understanding. Dongfang Chen felt there was no point in chatting with someone with insufficient intelligence. You're busy, I'm here to see your manager about something, Dongfang Chen said. With that, Dongfang Chen prepared to walk inside. Hey, the company has rules. You need to make an appointment in advance to see the manager. Did you make an appointment? Liang Ming stopped him. Appointment? Let me ask, Dongfang Chen hadn't really noticed. He took out his mobile phone and dialed the virtual number Xiaolin had given him. Xiaolin, is there an appointment for the manager of the Dingxin Fortune Sales Department? Dongfang Chen asked. Seeing Dongfang Chen take out his mobile phone and pretend to make a call, Liang Ming was about to laugh. A pig's nose with scallions stuck in it, are you pretending? Commander, an appointment has already been made, Xiaolin replied. Okay, I understand, Dongfang Chen said, hanging up the phone. There's an appointment, Dongfang Chen replied. All right, Dongfang Chen, stop acting in front of me. Do you think this is still school, where all the teachers valued you? Wake up, you need to understand that being ignored is normal after entering society. You need to get used to it. Liang Ming advised, pretending to be earnest. Thank you for the reminder, I appreciate the lesson. Maybe you're often ignored and have this kind of experience. However, that's not me, Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. Tisk tisk tisk, come, let me introduce you to everyone. This is my high school classmate, a top student from Kyoto University, Dongfang Chen. You may not know, he used to be a popular figure in our school. A genius student. Liang Ming introduced him to his colleagues loudly, saying he was introducing how awesome Dongfang Chen was, but in reality, it was to highlight that he was doing better than him. Dongfang Chen was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, capri pants, and sneakers. It was estimated that his entire outfit didn't cost more than 100 yuan. Such an appearance really couldn't attract anyone's attention. Everyone just gave a polite smile and ignored him. Brother Liang, I can't tell, you have such an awesome classmate. A woman with heavy makeup walked up to Liang Ming and said. Of course, I used to be a scrub when I was in school, the scrubbiest of scrubs, unlike him, who brings his own protagonist halo wherever he goes. Liang Ming replied. The implication was, look, even a scrub is doing better than you. What's the use of being good at studying? In front of Brother Liang, everyone is a scrub, the woman flattered. Hey! You can't say that. My classmate will lose face, Liang Ming reminded, pretending. But he felt great in his heart. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. He used to be looked down upon by teachers and classmates in school, and he had long wanted to vent his anger. He didn't expect Dongfang Chen to come to his door today. Excuse me, are you Mr. Dongfang? Liang Ming was feeling smug when he suddenly heard someone speak behind him. The voice was the sales department manager. Yes, that's me, Dongfang Chen said with a smile. Nice to meet you. The manager hurriedly took a few steps forward and extended his hand to shake Dongfang Chen's. His posture was very low. Everyone on the side was stunned when they saw this scene. In their impression, their manager had always been bossy, but he was so polite to a young man in ordinary clothes. Manager Su, I'm here today to take a look at the house and sign the contract, Dongfang Chen said. Okay, I'll take you up right away, Manager Su said. What? The manager is personally taking someone to view the house. Everyone was surprised. Then I'll trouble you, Dongfang Chen said. No trouble at all, it's my honor to serve you. This way, please. Watch out for the stool. I'll press the elevator. Manager Su was all kinds of attentive. Oh my god! Did the sun come out from the west today? Or am I just dreaming? The more everyone watched, the more dumbfounded they became. Brother Liang, your classmate. The woman prepared to ask. Shut up. Liang Ming said unhappily. Great. He tried to show off, but was slapped in the face instead. At this time, Liang Ming felt a burning sensation on his face. Isn't it just viewing a house? Is it necessary? Liang Ming was still unconvinced in his heart. 2 hours later, Dongfang Chen finished viewing the house and signed the contract. By the way, Manager Su, I want to find someone to renovate the house as a whole. I don't know if there are any recommended renovation companies. Dongfang Chen asked. Does Mr. Dongfang have any specific requirements? Manager Su asked. I only have one requirement, it must be fast, and I'm only responsible for paying, I don't care about anything else. I have a lot of things to do and I'm afraid of trouble, Dongfang Chen said. Ah? This? What if the renovation doesn't meet your expectations? Manager Su was confused. I'm not picky, as long as the construction quality is guaranteed, it's fine. Just renovate it however it's suitable, Dongfang Chen replied. Is that so? That Liang Ming just now, his family is in the renovation business, should I call him over? Manager Su asked. Him? Forget it. I'll be even more worried if I find him, Dongfang Chen directly refused. He didn't want to deal with that brainless man, it would lower his intelligence. If Mr. Dongfang doesn't mind, I'll handle this matter for you, Manager Su said. Is that appropriate? Won't it interfere with your normal work? Dongfang Chen asked. It's no problem, it's my honor to serve you, Manager Su flattered. Okay, then I'll trouble Manager Su. You calculate the cost when the time comes, and I'll transfer it to you directly, Dongfang Chen said. Okay. Manager Su replied. Chapter 7. Mr. Niu, I had someone investigate. This person is named Dongfang Chen and has no background. The information shows he's just an ordinary college graduate, said Manager Su on the phone. What about his family background? Asked Niu Xingwang. He only had a grandmother, who passed away long ago. He doesn't have any close relatives either, they don't really keep in touch, Manager Su said. That's strange. How could someone like that easily come up with hundreds of millions? Niu Xingwang wondered. There's also something else. A friend at the vehicle management office found out that he just bought a large number of vehicles under his name. He's the mysterious rich guy who bought 20 pickup trucks in one go online, Manager Su said. Could he have won the lottery? Niu Xingwang asked suspiciously. That's unclear, Manager Su replied. Okay, that's all for now. Keep a close eye on him, Niu Xingwang said. All right. The next day, early in the morning, Dongfang Chen was woken up by the delivery guy. Starting from 8 o'clock, he received over a dozen packages in half an hour. He had to find a warehouse today, or his house would really be bursting at the seams. Boss, 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes, please, Dongfang Chen said as he walked into his usual convenience store. Oh, Xiao Chen, did you strike it rich? The boss, a regular, asked jokingly as he turned to grab 2 packs of Huazi from the shelf. Dongfang Chen didn't answer but instead asked. Brother Zhang, how much? 1200, Brother Zhang replied cheerfully. Okay. Dongfang Chen decisively took out his phone and paid. Brother Zhang, this is for you, Dongfang Chen said after paying, taking 1 pack of Huazi and pushing the other back. What's the meaning of this? The boss was completely taken aback by this gesture. Brother Zhang, I need your help with something, Dongfang Chen said with a grin. All right. Tell me, and I'll see if I can help. This was ambiguous, meaning he might help or might not, depending on the situation. Brother Zhang, you know a lot of people. I want to rent a bigger warehouse. Can you help me ask around? Oh, that's nothing. What do you need it for? Any requirements? Brother Zhang asked. Just to temporarily store some things. As long as it's big enough and clean, Dongfang Chen said. That's easy. I have a comrade in arms who has several warehouses that haven't been rented out yet. I'll contact him for you, Brother Zhang said. That's a coincidence? Great, please ask him. Let me know the rent, and I'll transfer it to you directly, Dongfang Chen said. Wait a minute, I'll call and ask, Brother Zhang said, picking up the phone and dialing. One warehouse is 32,000 a year. How many do you want to rent? Brother Zhang asked while on the phone. How many are there? Dongfang Chen asked. 5. Okay, I'll rent all 5. Dongfang Chen said. Rent all 5. Brother Zhang was startled. Yes. Dongfang Chen said with a smile. Okay. All rented. Yeah, all right, let's have a drink sometime. With that, Brother Zhang hung up the phone. Done. Hanging up the phone, Brother Zhang said with a smile. Then I really appreciate your help, Dongfang Chen said gratefully, as this saved him a lot of trouble. It's no trouble at all, Brother Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Oh, right, were you a soldier before? Dongfang Chen asked. That's right, Brother Zhang replied. Brother Zhang was now in his 30s and starting to gain weight. Here's the thing, Brother Zhang. I want to hire some retired soldiers. I was wondering if you could introduce me to some. Dongfang Chen asked. You're hiring them yourself? What are they going to do? Brother Zhang asked. Yes, I'm hiring them myself. The job is driver and bodyguard. I just started a company and I'm short on manpower, Dongfang Chen said. Don't joke around. How big of a business are you running that you need to hire bodyguards? Brother Zhang laughed. Looks like he wouldn't believe it unless he added some spice. Let me tell you, Brother Zhang, it's a big business. Did you see those 20 pickup trucks in the neighborhood? Dongfang Chen asked. I saw them. What about them? Don't tell me you bought them. Brother Zhang didn't believe it. That's right, I bought them. All cash, 20 at once. And there are 20 Hummers on the way, Dongfang Chen said softly. You really bought them? Brother Zhang asked again to confirm. Really? Dongfang Chen replied very affirmatively. Those cars aren't cheap, over 2 million each. Brother Zhang said, as if stating a fact and asking a question at the same time. It's just small change. Do you believe me now? Dongfang Chen asked. How many people do you want to hire? Brother Zhang asked. See how many you can find, the more, the better, Dongfang Chen replied. What's the salary? 100,000 a month, Dongfang Chen replied. He knew that with a generous reward, there would be brave men. As long as the price was high enough, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to recruit people. 100,000. Brother Zhang exclaimed. That's right. If there are special tasks, the money will be calculated separately. Dongfang Chen said. No, Xiao Chen, tell Brother Zhang the truth. You're not doing anything illegal, are you? Brother Zhang thought the salary was too high, he even wanted to join. How could I? It's a real estate business, Dongfang Chen said. Saying it was a real estate business wasn't wrong. The most important thing in the plan arranged by Xiaolin was to build an underground base within 2 months. Stop kidding me. You can't find people anywhere with 100,000 yuan, why would you need me to introduce them? Brother Zhang didn't believe there was such a good thing in the world. Brother Zhang, let me tell you, this job isn't easy, and it requires being on call 24 hours a day. Most importantly, I only want retired soldiers, I won't consider anyone else, Dongfang Chen said. Let me tell you, my brothers are all people who have gone through life and death together. Don't trick them when they come. Brother Zhang warned in advance. Don't worry, I'll arrange a place for everyone who comes. Room and board included, and salary paid in advance. What else are you worried about? Dongfang Chen assured. All right, I'll ask around, Brother Zhang agreed. Great, I'll wait for the news. Dongfang Chen said, turning to leave. Hey! Cigarettes? Brother Zhang called out. Keep them for yourself. Dongfang Chen turned back and smiled, then walked away. This kid. Brother Zhang smiled sheepishly. Brother Zhang thought for a moment and decided to call 2 unemployed brothers over to try it out first. If it didn't work out, it wouldn't be a big loss. So, he picked up his phone and started making calls. Chapter 8. Xiaolin, has the submitted company registration application been approved? Dongfang Chen asked after returning home. It has been approved, Xiaolin replied. Okay, has the location been chosen? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. 3 locations have been initially selected. The location information has been sent to your panel. Please check it. Oh, good. Dongfang Chen clicked on the unread message and looked at it in detail. Riverside Park. Dongfang Chen was a little puzzled to see that one of the locations was a park. Yes, Commander. The location of Riverside Park has a hard rock layer and a stable underground structure, which is more suitable for construction. But have you ever thought that Riverside Park does not allow private buildings? Dongfang Chen reminded. That's not a problem. Riverside Park originally planned to build a museum as a landmark building. However, it was later shelved due to funding problems, but the land is still there. We can obtain construction qualifications through donations. Obviously, Xiaolin is absolutely first class in processing information. But the construction drawings of the museum and the base are different, right? Can the approval be passed? Commander, we only need to obtain the entry qualification. Once the virus breaks out, no one will supervise it anymore, Xiaolin explained. This is actually a time difference. Okay, let's choose the location here, Dongfang Chen said. Okay. The application has been submitted. Xiaolin's movements were exceptionally quick. Commander, the conditions for foreign investment are already in place. May I ask if you want to start the construction plan for the supercomputing center? Xiaolin asked. You can take care of the supercomputing center. Unless necessary, you don't need to ask for my opinion again, Dongfang Chen replied. Okay, Commander. Before the project starts, you need to determine the deployment location of the supercomputing center first, Xiaolin asked. What locations are available? Dongfang Chen asked. Available locations include Antarctica, the Atlantic Ocean, or the Pacific Ocean, Xiaolin replied. Where do you think is suitable? Dongfang Chen didn't know either. Professional matters still require professional people. Antarctica has the highest level of security. Once the virus infects the ocean, there may be highly aggressive zombie fish, which poses a certain threat to the supercomputing center, Xiaolin suggested. Okay, then let's go with Antarctica. Dongfang Chen didn't care, anyway, it's all remote control, so it doesn't matter where it is. Okay, Commander. The current human internet technology is not on the same dimension as the artificial intelligence of the space station. Everything that can be solved through the internet is nothing to Xiaolin. In just a few hours, joint construction fleets from more than a dozen countries, including New Country, A Country, and Australia, sailed to Antarctica one after another. If a supercomputing center is to be built in Antarctica, there are several key points that need to be resolved. First, the snow covering the surface makes construction more difficult. Second, the constraints of the Antarctic Treaty and the harsh natural conditions in Antarctica make it impossible to use several power generation methods such as nuclear energy, wind energy, and solar energy. In addition, surface buildings are also potential attack points, and the safety is low. The principle of geothermal power generation is to absorb heat from the Earth's crust and convert it into electrical energy, which has good concealment. Then the most feasible technical solution is geothermal energy. Third, the geothermal energy construction plan provided to the construction party by the virtual client of the space station has actually surpassed the current level of technology. However, due to the urgency of time, Xiaolin did not apply for relevant patents, which led to this technology being quickly mastered by various countries. Of course, this is also a major driving force for countries to actively participate in construction. For them, the binding force of the Antarctic Treaty is not a problem compared to obtaining tangible technological improvements. The Supercomputing Center project was not directly invested by Dongfang Chen's company, but went around a bend, and at the same time entrusted companies from multiple countries to jointly establish a joint survey and construction team. This also led to the fact that although the construction team set off in a vigorous manner, outsiders did not know who was behind the manipulation. Immediately afterwards, under Xiaolin's series of mysterious operations, the Riverside Park Museum project quickly passed the approval. The contractor is the largest real estate developer in the city, Dingxin Real Estate. Dongfang Chen? Why is it him again? Niu Xingwang was puzzled again after learning that the investor of the museum project was Dongfang Chen's company. This young man is a bit mysterious. He had just spent 320 million to buy a large flat in the Dingxin Wealth Center, and donated 5 billion to Binjiang City to build the Binjiang Park Museum project. This is no longer something that ordinary people can afford. Even Niu Xingwang himself, with such a large industry and so many businesses involved, would have to hurt his bones to take out 5 billion in cash at once. But this young man spent the money on such a useless project. I don't understand, I really don't understand. Niu Xingwang shook his head for a while. Just then, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, he couldn't help frowning. This was a former partner of his, but he later invested in immigration to New Country, and he hadn't contacted him for many years. After hesitating for a moment, he answered the phone. Hello, Boss Niu, it's been a long time since we've been in touch, how are you doing? A half-baked Mandarin floated from the other end of the phone. Everything is fine, thank you for your concern, Boss Yuan. Is there anything you need today, Boss Yuan? Niu Xingwang asked directly. There is a little thing, I want to ask, Boss Niu, have you ever heard of Dongfang Chen? Boss Yuan asked. Dongfang Chen? Niu Xingwang was shocked. Yes, it seems that Boss Niu knows him. Boss Yuan said. How would you have heard of him? Niu Xingwang didn't answer, this is completely unrelated. To be honest, my company has just negotiated a project with an investment amount of 80 billion. And only undertook a small part of the project. The investor also found companies in Australia and Canada to jointly undertake the project. The total investment amount reached 200 billion. I also spent a great price to learn from a high-level official that this investor is from Binjiang City, named Dongfang Chen, Boss Yuan explained. What? Niu Xingwang was directly stunned. Just now he was thinking about what kind of background a young man who can easily take out 5 billion would have. And now, this young man has turned around and started a 200 billion project abroad. My God! This is definitely a god of wealth. Niu Xingwang exclaimed. Hello, Boss Niu, are you listening? Boss Yuan was still asking on the phone. Oh, Boss Yuan, there is indeed such a person in Binjiang, and I just took a 5 billion project from him, Niu Xingwang replied. I see. Thank you. Let's have tea together when we have the opportunity, Boss Yuan said politely. It's been years since we contacted each other, and there's no business dealings, so what kind of tea are we going to drink? But Niu Xingwang didn't care, this news was also very important to him. After flattering him a few words and hanging up the phone, he hurriedly went out. Chapter 9. Mr. Niu, why have you come in person? Manager Su of Dingzhen Fortune Building hurriedly greeted Niu Xingwang upon seeing him. Manager Su, are you handling the matter for Mr. Dongfang on the 6th floor? Niu Xingwang asked. Ah, yes. Didn't you say, Mr. Niu, that we must provide excellent service to such important clients? Manager Su asked, surprised. Has there been any trouble? Niu Xingwang confirmed again. No, absolutely not. Manager Su quickly assured him. Let's go up and take a look. Niu Xingwang got up and went out. Manager Su hurriedly followed. He didn't know what was going on, and he didn't dare to ask. Arriving on the 6th floor, many workers were busily tidying up. Did Mr. Dongfang say what the renovations were for? Niu Xingwang asked. He said he wanted to open a company here, Manager Su replied. What are his requirements? He said he wasn't picky, just wanted it done quickly and with guaranteed quality, Manager Su replied. Are the workers you found reliable? Niu Xingwang continued to ask. They've worked with us many times, no problem, Manager Su assured him. Let me tell you, this matter must be handled well for me. You keep a close eye on it personally, don't let there be any mistakes. Also, tell those construction teams below, if anyone dares to be negligent, they can pack their bags and get out. Niu Xingwang instructed. Okay. I understand. Manager Su nodded vigorously in response. He realized that if Niu Xingwang was paying attention to someone, he couldn't afford to be careless, or he'd probably be packing his bags and leaving. The next day, Dongfang Chen arrived at Zhang Ji's convenience store early in the morning. Brother Zhang, how is it? Can you find some people? Dongfang Chen asked. 2 people have responded, they'll be here in a couple of days, Zhang Ji replied. In reality, he had only contacted 2 people, but they were unwilling to come. However, without work, their families couldn't make ends meet, so what were they hesitating about? It wasn't easy to find such a good opportunity, missing it would mean losing it. After Zhang Ji's scolding, they reluctantly decided to come and take a look. No, Brother Zhang, that's too slow. Here, I'll give you 300,000 yuan first. 200,000 yuan is for this month's salary, give it directly to your 2 friends first. As for the rest, arrange for plane tickets and get them here quickly. I'm in urgent need, I really can't handle it. Dongfang Chen knew what everyone was worried about, and he couldn't care less now, he would just use his money power. If he didn't speed things up, he wouldn't even be able to enter his own home. Packages were flowing into his house like water, and now they could only be placed at the entrance of the building, as the house was already completely full. Ah! This! Zhang Ji was directly stunned, was this even possible? Oh, don't be stunned. Oh, right, why don't you help me first? I'll buy out all the goods in your store. Dongfang Chen said. What? Zhang Ji was startled again. What's going on, why is this kid acting like he's possessed? Zhang Ji thought. Without explanation, Dongfang Chen directly dragged Zhang Ji out of the store, told him to lock the door, and walk straight towards his building. Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Why are you so flustered? Zhang Ji finally reacted halfway and asked. Brother Zhang, you'll know when you get downstairs, Dongfang Chen didn't explain, still walking quickly. When they reached the bottom of the building, Zhang Ji understood. My God, did you buy all of this? Looking around, the downstairs was full of packages. Of course. Dongfang Chen was also very depressed. Xiaolin's series of operations were fierce as a tiger, directly collapsing Dongfang Chen. This was just a drizzle, a large number of packages were still coming. It's no exaggeration to say that he alone could monopolize all the sales of the shopping festival. Although online shopping is convenient, you still need to be restrained. Zhang Ji advised. Restrained my ass. The people coming in and out of the neighborhood were about to scold him to death. If he didn't solve it, the property management would just clear it all away as garbage. Brother Zhang, you can see, I can't handle it without manpower. This is just the beginning, there are still many more packages coming, Dongfang Chen said. My god, if you can't put it down, can't you buy less? Zhang Ji was also speechless. Dongfang Chen was even more speechless. The zombies were coming, he was afraid of buying too slowly, how could he buy less? I'll explain to you later if I have the chance. Let's start first. Brother Zhang, here are the car keys, let's each drive one. After filling it up, take it directly to your comrade's warehouse, Dongfang said. He wanted to refuse, but Dongfang Chen said that he had bought all the goods in his store, so what was there to look after? All right. Zhang Ji reluctantly agreed. For an entire day, they kept hauling, and new packages kept being delivered. The cycle continued until the afternoon, but they still hadn't finished hauling. The two were exhausted. Dongfang Chen asked Zhang Ji for the address of the warehouse, then called Xiaolin's virtual number and asked her to change all the orders that could change the address, so that they could be sent directly to the warehouse in the future. However, there was no way to change the orders that were already on the way, so they could only be moved. Mr. Dongfang, is this? Manager Su brought Niu Xingwang to his door. Oh. Manager Su. What is it? Is there something you need from me? Dongfang Chen was sweating profusely, carrying things onto the car. Oh, Mr. Dongfang, let me introduce you, this is our group's chairman, Niu Xingwang, Manager Su introduced. Hello, Mr. Niu, may I ask what you need from me? Dongfang Chen asked politely. Mr. Dongfang, is this? Niu Xingwang didn't clarify his intentions, and asked the same question again. Oh, there are a few too many packages, I can't fit them in my house, so I'm moving them to another place, Dongfang Chen replied while moving. Niu Xingwang had never seen such a scene before. Since he couldn't fit them in his house, why did he still buy them? Wasn't this spending money to suffer? However, he couldn't say that, so he changed his approach. How can Mr. Dongfang do such rough work? You rest, I'll call a few people to help you move them. Really? Mr. Niu, then thank you so much. Dongfang Chen's eyes lit up. It's nothing, nothing. Niu Xingwang hurriedly took out his phone and called people over. Soon, a dozen or 20 people came, Dongfang Chen distributed the car keys to everyone, and all 20 pickup trucks were used, and they were quickly emptied. Dongfang Chen also had people empty out all the goods in Zhang Ji's store at the same time. However, today's were hauled away, but there were still tomorrow's, the day after tomorrow's. The orders that couldn't be changed on the way would have to be maintained for at least 2 to 3 days. Mr. Niu was also straightforward, telling everyone to come and gather tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to help move things. This flattery was well placed. Mr. Dongfang, I wonder if it's convenient, shall we have dinner together tonight? After everything was finished, Niu Xingwang stated the purpose of his visit. There was another reason for him to invite Dongfang Chen this time, which was to understand the development matters of the Riverside Park Museum project. Dongfang Chen also needed to explain this matter, so he agreed. The location was set at the 5-star hotel diagonally opposite the Dingxin Fortune Building, Yuding Hotel. Dongfang Chen first went home to take a shower, changed his clothes, and then walked to the hotel alone. Mr. Dongfang, to be honest, I've been in the real estate business for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a project. If there are any aspects that are not handled well in the middle, I hope Mr. Dongfang will give me some pointers. After taking their seats, Niu Xingwang went straight to the point. The so-called aspects that are not handled well were impossible. Niu Xingwang said this because he wanted to know the extent of his control. The Riverside Park Museum project was really a chicken rib project, Niu Xingwang knew it very well. These types of projects are generally developed by local governments through resource exchange. There would be no money involved, and it was rare to encounter a private enterprise undertaking it exclusively through donations. Merchants are profit-driven, who would do something that is dead and has no benefits. Mr. Niu is too polite. You must have received all the drawings, just do it according to the requirements, Dongfang Chen replied. But it was precisely this kind of reaction that made people even more confused. Could it be that the young man in front of me is not seeking anything else, and is completely uncorrupted? Niu Xingwang thought. At this time, he also had a big headache, and couldn't figure out the depths of the other party on their first meeting. If he rashly offered benefits and didn't handle it well, then the subsequent matters would be difficult to handle. But if he didn't express anything, and the other party deliberately found fault later, he might not be able to cope with it. Haha. Mr. Dongfang, it's rare to see such a young and promising young man like you. I wonder if you have a girlfriend now. Niu Xingwang said a polite sentence, and took the opportunity to extract some useful information. Mr. Niu, isn't it inappropriate to talk about this topic on our first meeting? Dongfang Chen was also drunk. Why did everyone ask about this topic wherever he went? It could be said that this was the happiness of young people, and also the original sin of young people. When Mr. Niu heard this, he was frightened and thought that he had asked a question he shouldn't have, and that the other party was warning him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll punish myself with a drink. Mr. Niu hurriedly apologized, picked up his glass and drank it all in one gulp. Is he so humble? He shouldn't be at this level, right? He's putting on such a low profile, he's worthy of being an old fox. It seems I can use my fooling magic, Dongfang Chen thought. He smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't care. Mr. Niu. This project is not as simple as it looks on the surface, Dongfang Chen said mysteriously. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Niu Xingwang was immediately interested, this was what he wanted to know. It was really not easy to get this young man to spit out some information. I wonder if Mr. Niu has seen the drawings. Dongfang Chen asked. I'm sorry, I just got the drawings this afternoon and sent them to the project department, I haven't seen them yet, Niu Xingwang replied. It doesn't matter. Other things can't be said now, but I can still reveal some things about the drawings, Dongfang Chen said slowly, while making things up. When it comes to the skill of improvising and acting, 10 storytellers can't keep up with him. Niu Xingwang didn't speak, nor did he eat, but eagerly waited for Dongfang Chen to make things up, to continue speaking. But Dongfang Chen said a sentence and ate 2 bites, not in a hurry, which made him anxious. Chapter 10. First of all, the focus of this project is not on the ground, but underground. Dongfang Chen dropped a bombshell. Oh? What's the story behind that? Niu Xingwang asked anxiously. Mr. Niu, don't you think it's strange that we're donating 5 billion to develop this project and asking for nothing in return? Dongfang Chen asked. To be honest, this is also what I've been racking my brains about. Mr. Dongfang, please don't be offended, but I'll be blunt. Businessmen seek profit. Who would just throw money in like that? No one's money comes from thin air, don't you think? Niu Xingwang said. Niu Xingwang dared to say such things because he was certain that the money was definitely not donated by Dongfang Chen himself. Dongfang Chen heard this, but didn't expose it, as the misunderstanding was even better. Of course. It's 5 billion. Not 50 yuan. Throwing it in the water would still make a big splash. But I can only say so much for now. Mr. Niu just needs to remember the following points, and everything will be fine. Dongfang Chen smoothly inserted the requirements for the base's construction. At this moment, Niu Xingwang really wanted to take out a small notebook to write it down, and hurriedly asked. I wonder what those points are. The first thing is that the construction of the foundation must not be shoddy. This is the key. Dongfang Chen said, staring at him. Mr. Dongfang, don't worry, if anyone dares to cut corners, I, Lao Niu, will be the first to not let them off. Niu Xingwang solemnly guaranteed. That's good. The second thing is that the construction of the foundation should start as early as possible, and the construction speed should be as fast as possible. Even the blueprints for the above-ground part can be temporarily put aside, and focus on the foundation first. Dongfang Chen dropped another bombshell. Ah! This. Mr. Dongfang, isn't this too risky? What if? Niu Xingwang was shocked. What was this about? Who would operate like this? Before Niu Xingwang could finish speaking, Dongfang Chen interrupted. Mr. Niu, let me reveal a little more information. Actually, the blueprints for the foundation and the blueprints for the above-ground buildings have nothing to do with each other. You don't need to worry about the details. If something happens, it has nothing to do with you. You are just building according to the blueprints. If Dongfang Chen didn't point this out, it was estimated that Niu Xingwang wouldn't dare to do it with peace of mind. However, this half-said, half-unsaid approach confused Niu Xingwang. Niu Xingwang was completely shocked. This Dongfang Chen must have great power behind him. An ordinary person couldn't handle this situation. Then okay. Since he didn't have to take responsibility, he would do whatever he was told. However, he had to be careful, the blueprints must have complete seals, so he wouldn't be blamed in the end. The third thing is to build the surrounding walls before construction. The blueprints for the walls are also included. This is also a top priority. You haven't seen the blueprints, so let me emphasize it. This wall is not an ornament. It's 10 meters high and all poured with reinforced concrete. The foundation of the wall must also be strictly in accordance with the blueprints. Dongfang Chen emphasized. Under normal circumstances, the surrounding walls are only used temporarily and will be demolished after completion. So a simple job is enough. If he didn't emphasize it, Dongfang Chen was worried that Niu Xingwang wouldn't take it seriously. This wall will be the first line of defense against zombies in the future, and it must not be sloppy. Ah! This. Wouldn't that turn it into a fortress? Niu Xingwang instantly woke up. Yes, it's a fortress. Since Niu Xingwang had already guessed it, he didn't need to beat around the bush anymore. Rather than letting him think wildly, it was better to give him a hint. Ah! Niu Xingwang was so frightened that he stood up directly. Now is a peaceful society, and you want to build a fortress. This is no longer a question of how much money is involved, it could lead to beheading. Who would dare to do it? What's wrong? Why such a strong reaction? Dongfang Chen thought when he saw Niu Xingguang's expression. What's wrong with you? You're so jumpy, you scared me. Dongfang Chen pretended to be calm and said. No. Mr. Dongfang, building a fortress is a different matter. You can't be unaware of that, can you? Niu Xingwang was anxious and hurriedly asked, regardless of what could be said and what couldn't be said. Look at what you're saying, how could I not be clear about the pros and cons? Do I not want to live? Dongfang Chen rolled his eyes at him and replied calmly. He thought that this person had lived his life in vain. Niu Xingwang also thought that what he said made sense, calmed down, and sat down again. Think about it, since I dare to take out 5 billion to do this, how could there be no arrangements behind it? This behind him completely intimidated him. The behind that Dongfang Chen said referred to the things that would happen later, so he definitely wasn't lying. But Niu Xingguang's understanding was that it referred to the people behind him. He completely misunderstood. As for whether Dongfang Chen deliberately created this misunderstanding or not, only he himself knew. Mr. Niu, you can do it boldly, and if something happens, just push it to us. It definitely won't have anything to do with you. But if you don't do it according to the requirements on the blueprints, then it has nothing to do with me. Dongfang Chen gave him an appropriate scare. Niu Xingwang slumped in his chair, not knowing what to say. Even though he had experienced so many ups and downs over the years, this was the first time he had encountered such a big thing. He couldn't help but regret participating in this matter. But the contract had already been signed, and it was too late to regret it now. After dinner, Dongfang Chen came to Zhang Ji's store again. He was here again today to make another effort to see how many people Zhang Ji could recruit for him. If it really didn't work out, he would have to think of other ways. Another thing was that it was too rushed during the day. After picking up the goods, the payment hadn't been settled yet. He didn't dare to delay this matter, as it would make people feel uneasy. Because he had called in advance, Zhang Ji was waiting in the store, but he looked preoccupied. Zhang Ji, why do you look so preoccupied? Dongfang Chen walked in. Xiao Chen, please take the goods in the store back. Zhang Ji said. What do you mean? Zhang Ji? You're running a business, how can you sell something and then take it back? Dongfang Chen pretended not to know. Xiao Chen, it's useless for you to have those things. I know you want me to help, but there's no need to do that. You should save your money. Zhang Ji said. This was a misunderstanding on his part. Dongfang Chen really didn't need to buy the goods in his store, and he was really forced into a hurry during the day. But he didn't care about those goods or that money. He had already spent so much effort to move them to the warehouse, how could he spit them out? That was impossible. Even a mosquito is still meat. Zhang Ji, you're wrong, I really need them. As for why I need them, it's not convenient to say now. Think about it, if I didn't need them, would I buy so many things online? Dongfang Chen gave him a reassurance. Zhang Ji thought about it and it made sense. Since he really needed them, Zhang Ji didn't hesitate. Okay then. Zhang Ji, calculate how much money it is in total, and I'll pay you now. A few minutes later, the money and goods were exchanged. This matter was considered over. Next, Dongfang Chen began to talk about recruiting people. Zhang Ji, you've also seen that I really need a lot of help. Even if you can't find them, I'll definitely need to recruit through other channels. We've known each other for a long time and know each other well, so I hope you can help me make some connections. Dongfang Chen said. It's precisely because we've known each other for a long time and know each other well that I want to advise you. Although I don't know how you suddenly became so rich, we're just ordinary people, and ordinary people have ordinary ways of living. Don't spend all your money in one go. Zhang Ji earnestly advised. How is that possible? Zhang Ji, this isn't just my own business. You saw that Mr. Niu who came in the afternoon, right? Dongfang Chen changed the subject. I saw him, what's wrong? Zhang Ji replied. Do you know who he is? Dongfang Chen asked. Who is he? Zhang Ji asked. Do you know Dingzhen Real Estate? He's the big boss of Dingzhen Real Estate. Dongfang Chen smiled. Oh my god! A big shot! Zhang Ji exclaimed. No one in Binjiang City didn't know about Dingzhen Real Estate. So, do you think I'm the one who's paying the money? Dongfang Chen looked at him and smiled. There was no way, it was too much effort to speak plainly, and he didn't have the time now. Perhaps a kind lie would be more useful. I was just saying, it's been making me uneasy all day. So that's what's going on. Zhang Ji immediately felt relaxed. So, if there's no problem with the job, hurry up and recruit people. Or how about this, since the goods in your store have been cleared out, come and help me starting tomorrow. Dongfang Chen simply took everything. Okay. Zhang Ji finally agreed. But those comrades of mine are a bit difficult, they all have families. Zhang Ji said. How about this, isn't Huishan turning 12 this year? Let's pick a date and hold a 12th birthday banquet for the child, what do you think? Let them bring their families, and we'll book all the plane tickets and train tickets for them. After they come, we'll talk about work, and then see what everyone thinks. If they want to stay, we'll pay them wages and provide room and board. If they don't want to stay, we'll pay for their return travel expenses. It's also the summer vacation, so let's just come and get together and travel. Just say that your company is paying for this, so everyone won't feel burdened. Dongfang Chen thought for a while and said. Zhang Ji pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Zhang Ji. This matter must be done quickly, I don't have that much time to wait. When the time comes, calculate how many people there are in total, and I'll transfer the funds to you. Dongfang Chen said. If this matter could be accomplished, he would have completed another task. Chapter 11. Early in the morning, Dongfang Chen finished washing up and came to Dingzhen Fortune Building. He was planning to check on the construction progress, but he was stopped as soon as he arrived downstairs. Liang Ming, are you sick? A good dog doesn't block the way. Dongfang Chen was not polite with him. Dongfang Chen, not bad. On my territory, you dare not use my people. Liang Ming glared, nostrils flaring. Putting green onions in a pig's nose, pretending to be an elephant. Isn't this Dingzhen Fortune? When did it become your territory, Liang Ming? Dongfang Chen found it both funny and annoying. This kind of person has no shame. The renovation of this building must be approved by me, Liang Ming. Do you understand the rules? Liang Ming pointed at Dongfang Chen and questioned. Idiot! Dongfang Chen didn't want to talk to him anymore and prepared to walk around him. Stop! Liang Ming persisted relentlessly. Liang Ming, I'm really giving you face. Dongfang Chen really didn't want to bother with him, but this dog kept blocking the way, affecting his mood every time he came in and out. Without wasting any words, he took out his phone and directly called Niu Xingwang. Boss Niu, there's someone named Liang Ming at Dingzhen Fortune saying that he's in charge of the renovation here. Is that true? Dongfang Chen questioned. When Liang Ming heard that the call was to Boss Niu, could it be the big boss of Dingzhen Real Estate? He felt a little apprehensive, but thought it was unlikely. Him, daring to talk to President Niu like that? I'm not very clear about that, but I arranged for Manager Su to be fully responsible for your renovation, Niu Xingwang replied. I don't care about the roundabout ways in between. I only have one thing to say now, either make him disappear immediately, or I won't use this place. Dongfang Chen said and hung up the phone directly. As soon as Niu Xingwang heard this, he knew something was wrong and quickly called Manager Su. After making the call, he hurriedly drove over. Act. Keep acting. I won't use it. Look how capable you are, Liang Ming mocked, imitating Dongfang Chen's words. Liang Ming, I originally didn't want to bother with you, but you being here really affects my mood. Dongfang Chen took a deep breath and said. Good words and gentle tones are really useless for this kind of person. Then you get lost, you poor bastard. Liang Ming said triumphantly. Mr. Dongfang, you've arrived. Manager Su received Niu Xingguang's call and hurried downstairs. Manager Su, you've come at the right time. This Liang Ming says that the renovation of this building must be approved by him, Liang Ming. Is that true? Dongfang Chen said unhappily. Liang Ming, what are you doing? Manager Su was also angry when he heard this. Su manager, listen to me. Liang Ming was so scared that he became incoherent. Alright, I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. I've long heard that you like to engage in some bullying and market manipulation. I originally had business dealings with your father and didn't want to haggle with you too much. Who knew that you, this kid, would go too far? Didn't I tell you? Don't even think about the 6th floor. Didn't you hear? Now, you can get lost. By the way, go back and tell your old man that we don't need to cooperate anymore. Manager Su said. No, Manager Su, I. Liang Ming was a little frightened. Security. Get this person out of here. Remember, this person is not allowed to enter our premises in the future. Chase him away every time he comes. Did you hear? Manager Su shouted. 2 security guards quickly drove Liang Ming out. Soon, Niu Xingwang also arrived. What's the situation? Niu Xingwang asked in a fluster. Ah, President Niu, it's Liang Ming from the Liang family, Manager Su said with some shame. What did I tell you yesterday? How did you still let the Liang family get involved? Niu Xingwang questioned. President Niu, who knew that Liang Ming was such an idiot. I had already told him in advance not to have any ideas about the 6th floor. Today, he deliberately came to cause trouble for Mr. Dongfang, Manager Su said, also feeling depressed, having been screwed over by this idiot. Alright, since this matter has been resolved, let's forget about it. I don't want a similar incident to happen again, Dongfang Chen said. Yes, the two replied separately. Afterwards, Boss Niu accompanied Dongfang Chen to take a look at the 6th floor. Manager Su, the progress needs to be accelerated. See how the construction can be shortened, and do it that way. Don't be afraid to spend money. I want results, Dongfang Chen urged again. Don't worry, Mr. Dongfang, I guarantee it will be finished within a few days, Manager Su promised. Okay, then I'll leave it to you, Dongfang Chen said and prepared to leave. Oh, right, Boss Niu, is the museum project starting? Dongfang Chen asked. The equipment is starting to enter the site today, Niu Xingwang said. Boss Niu, the museum project is very important to me. One is the quality of the project, and the other is the speed of construction. It must be taken seriously, Dongfang Chen said. Don't worry, Mr. Dongfang. The weather is good now, so I've arranged for 3 shifts of workers to work 24 hours a day. I'll try to finish it as soon as possible, Niu Xingwang replied. Okay, remember the key points I said last night. Be sure to speed up, Dongfang Chen reminded again. Don't worry, I understand. Niu Xingwang nodded solemnly. Oh, right, Boss Niu. Is the Yutong Hotel next door also your property? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, it is, Niu Xingwang replied. Like this, in a while I have some friends coming who plan to stay for a period of time. I plan to book the entire hotel. Is that convenient? Dongfang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't arranged a place to stay for Brother Zhang's comrades and their families. Ah? Book the entire thing. Niu Xingwang was also shocked. How many people are coming, needing to book the entire hotel? Dongfang Chen thought that after the virus outbreak, money would be useless anyway. He could spend it however he wanted now, it didn't matter. Whatever was simple, whatever was comfortable. He originally thought about just buying it, but then he thought that buying it would require management, which was too much trouble, so a monthly booking was more convenient. That's right, book the whole thing, Dongfang Chen affirmed again. About how long will they be staying? Niu Xingwang asked. August, September, let's book 2 months first, Dongfang Chen calculated the time. Brother Zhang's daughter's 12th birthday banquet would have to be arranged in August at the earliest. So booking from August would definitely be no problem. Besides, Niu Xingwang would definitely need time to arrange things. Okay. I can do that. Niu Xingwang agreed after thinking about it. Okay, then you can give me a price when the time comes, and I'll transfer it directly to your company account, Dongfang Chen said. Okay. In a flash, more than a month passed, and Brother Zhang's daughter's birthday was also approaching. Squad leader, it's been many years since we last met. The children are so big now, a young man said with a hearty laugh. Yes. Over the years, everyone has been struggling for life, and it's really hard to get together. That's why, taking the opportunity to hold a 12th birthday banquet for the child, we can have a good gathering, Brother Zhang said happily. Squad leader, you've developed well over the years. So many brothers bringing their families, and you're covering food, accommodation, and travel expenses. That's quite a bit of expense. Another man with a missing arm joked. You kid never has a kind word in your mouth. What's wrong? The squad leader is doing well and wants to show off a little, can't he? Brother Zhang joked good-naturedly. Okay. Of course, it's okay. It's only because of your face, squad leader, that I would even bring my old mother. The one-armed man continued to tease. All right, cut it out. Still talking about my face? You're planning to freeload, aren't you? Brother Zhang laughed. That's for sure. This opportunity is rare, I have to seize it. The one-armed man said with a smile. All right. Brother Zhang smiled and smiled, his eyes welling up. Happy, he was really happy today. This scene, Brother Zhang had dreamed of it countless times. He never thought that there would really be a day to realize it in this lifetime. Chapter 12. The group entered the hotel, exclaiming in surprise. Not bad, class monitor. You've really struck it rich. Ordinary people can't afford to stay in a place like this. An older middle-aged man said with admiration. Struck it rich is an exaggeration. This is my boss, all expenses are paid by him. Zhang Ji walked to Dongfang Chen and introduced him. Hello, everyone, I'm Dongfang Chen. Welcome to Binjiang as my guests. Dongfang Chen gave a simple greeting. Hung Fei, this is my boss. How about it? You finally met him today, right? Zhang Ji pulled someone over to introduce him. Boss, this is Ji Hung Fei. He's the one who found the several large warehouses we rented. Zhang Ji introduced him to Dongfang Chen. Oh, hello, hello. Dongfang Chen quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. Before long, everyone was chatting animatedly. Little Chen is so talented. Little Chen, do you have a girlfriend? Little Chen, what do you do? A group of middle-aged men surrounded Dongfang Chen, bombarding him with questions, which directly made Dongfang Chen depressed. So, he excused himself and quickly slipped away, leaving Zhang Ji and his brothers and their families behind. They began to arrange rooms and tidy up their belongings. In the evening, hotel restaurant, private room. Including Dongfang Chen, there were a total of 25 people, filling 2 large tables. Unlike the scene during the day, everyone present sat up straight. No one spoke, and everyone looked serious. The situation has been explained. What does everyone think? Speak your minds. Zhang Ji repeated the details of the job and then ordered. Class monitor, you know me. I only have one arm and no special skills. 100,000 yuan a month is too much for me. The one-armed man spoke first. Xinghua, that's not for you to worry about. I discussed it with the boss. The boss's idea is that everyone's salary will be the same for the first 2 months. The time is short, and the task is heavy, so there's no time for differential treatment. After 2 months, if there's still work, we'll sit down and discuss it again. If there's no more work, then everyone can go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. Zhang Ji explained. The one-armed man, Ruan Xinghua, stopped talking and lowered his head. Class monitor, if there's work to be done, why didn't you tell us brothers before we came? Now we've brought our families, and it's not appropriate to stay here for 2 months without any preparation, the older man said, standing up. I know what you're like. Every time I've asked you to come and help me before, you've always found various reasons to refuse. Zhang Ji didn't give him any face, dealing with anyone who tried to cause trouble. However, it was also clear that Zhang Ji had considerable prestige among these brothers. Anyone else would have already had the group fall apart. Dongfang Chen also wisely kept his mouth shut. The timing wasn't right. Everyone had their own thoughts at this point, and no one would pay attention to a young man like him even if he spoke. Class monitor, to be honest, if the brothers came alone, then there's naturally nothing to say. But look now, everyone has brought their families. It's not appropriate for the whole family to stay here for 2 months. Even if you don't mind, we brothers can't feel at ease eating at your expense. Besides, it sounds nice to call it a salary, but don't we brothers know our own worth? 100,000 yuan a month. Isn't this just giving us money? We definitely can't agree to that. Another young man said. See that? This is a group of such simple and unadorned people, yet radiating brilliance. A group of trustworthy, kind, and respectable people. A group who once risked their lives on the battlefield, fighting bloody battles for the peace of their country and families. A group of such straightforward people. The simple and unadorned words made Dongfang Chen's eyes a little moist. Just as Zhang Ji was about to speak, the door of the private room was pushed open. Mr. Dongfang. Something's happened, something big's happened. A man in a suit, disregarding his image, rushed in, shouting loudly. Everyone's eyes turned to him, directly stunning the newcomer. The person who suddenly barged in was none other than Niu Xingwang, the director of Dingzhen Real Estate. Dongfang Chen and Zhang Ji quickly left their seats and went to greet him. What's going on? Dongfang Chen asked. Niu Xingwang looked around, not speaking. Brother Niu, it's okay. They're all our own people, just say it directly, Dongfang Chen explained. Seeing that Dongfang Chen had spoken, Niu Xingwang no longer hesitated and said. Binjiang City is going to be under martial law. Just issued the notice, starting at dawn. What's the situation? Why is it under martial law? Zhang Ji asked in surprise. Brother Niu glanced at him, not answering. He turned his head and stared at Dongfang Chen, thinking that Dongfang Chen must know what was going on. Brother Niu, if there's martial law, will it affect our project? Dongfang Chen asked. That's what I was going to say. Our project may have to be stopped, Niu Xingwang said. Does it have to be stopped? Isn't closed construction feasible? Dongfang Chen asked, frowning. Mr. Dongfang, it's not a matter of whether it's closed or not. I just received a notice that the construction team and mechanical equipment in the company will all be requisitioned starting tomorrow. In that case, we will have no one available. Niu Xingwang explained. Is there no way to coordinate? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. There's no way. It's a direct order. Niu Xingwang shook his head. Then what's the current progress of the project? Dongfang Chen was thinking that if the project couldn't be completed, as long as the main structure was finished, it wouldn't matter if the environment was a little worse, they could slowly improve it later. The main structure is basically completed, only the walls and floors have not been finished, Niu Xingwang said. As expected. Dongfang Chen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Niu Xingwang's answer. Then that's all we can do. Now, there are still a few hours before dawn. Brother Niu, you still need to help me arrange a few large trucks, I need them urgently, Dongfang Chen said. He had a premonition that once the virus developed to the point where it needed to be controlled, it must already be quite serious. To prevent any unforeseen events, the supplies they had purchased over the past month had to be transferred to the underground base as soon as possible. No problem, I'll arrange it right away. However, Mr. Dongfang, I have a request. Niu Xingwang said hesitantly. Oh? Brother Niu, speak. Dongfang Chen looked at him and said. Mr. Dongfang, if something really happens, I hope you can take me in, Niu Xingwang pleaded. This was a bit of an understatement. Niu Xingwang was also a leading figure in Binjiang, and he wouldn't be reduced to the point of needing someone to take him in. What he was actually doing was arranging a backup plan for himself. Brother Niu, you're being too serious. If I'm not mistaken, your construction team is being requisitioned, so there must be other things to do, and you wouldn't be reduced to the point of needing someone to take you in. Dongfang Chen was surprised to hear Boss Niu say this. Mr. Dongfang has keen insight. To be honest, my intuition tells me that following Mr. Dongfang would be safer, Niu Xingwang said embarrassedly. Okay, brother Niu, since you've said so, then naturally there's no problem. Now, hurry up and arrange the trucks, I have some things that need to be transported to the base as soon as possible, Dongfang Chen said. Okay, I'll go now. Seeing that Dongfang Chen agreed, Niu Xingwang was very happy and rushed out the door. At this time, the others in the private room gathered around, looking at the two of them with curiosity and tension. Now it's good. No need to argue anymore, now you can't leave even if you want to, Zhang Ji said, spreading his hands helplessly. What's going on, class monitor? Why is Binjiang suddenly under martial law? The one-armed young man, Ruan Xinghua, asked eagerly. I don't know either, asked the boss. The boss definitely knows, Zhang Ji looked at Dongfang Chen and replied. Zhang Ji had always addressed Dongfang Chen as Little Chen before, but after his brothers arrived, in order to establish Dongfang Chen's prestige, he no longer directly called him Little Chen. There was also another reason, he wanted to stand on the same line as his brothers and didn't want to create class divisions. Everyone, come over and sit down. Now that things have been exposed, I think it's time to tell everyone the truth, Dongfang Chen said, beckoning everyone to come and sit down as he walked. Time is pressing, so I'll make it short. What I'm about to say may sound too shocking, but I hope that even if you can't accept it for a moment, you can cooperate to complete the work that follows. Tonight will be a sleepless night, Dongfang Chen made a statement before speaking. Little Chen, don't worry. We brothers have all been tested and will definitely not let you down. Just say it. Zhang Ji assured him. Everyone nodded in agreement. Dongfang Chen nodded, looked at everyone, and began. It all starts with a virus. Chapter 13. The story begins with a virus. Last month, a special patient arrived at Binjiang Hospital. From external appearances, it looked a bit like a cerebral hemorrhage, but it didn't have the basic characteristics of one. After a consultation with experts, the conclusion was brain death. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. But no one spoke, continuing to listen. But the strange thing happened shortly after the consultation. The patient, who had been diagnosed with brain death, miraculously came back to life. Dongfang Chen paused deliberately at this point. The people around him also found it strange, but they could still accept it. The world is a big place, full of wonders, and many things cannot be measured by common sense. So, what does this have to do with the virus you're talking about? Brother Zhang asked. The revived patient had bloodshot eyes, Zhengning Mian Mu, bared teeth and claws, biting anyone they saw. Several people were scratched or bitten on the spot, Dongfang Chen said. This, doesn't it sound a bit like a zombie? Brother Zhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Xiao Chen, you're not making up stories for us here, are you? This sounds like a scene from a movie. Another middle-aged man asked. Of course not, Dongfang Chen explained, then looked at Brother Zhang and continued. Brother Zhang, do you remember last month when I went to your shop and bought 2 packs of Huazi cigarettes? I remember, could it be that day? Brother Zhang was shocked and suddenly realized. Yes. It was that day. Binjiang Hospital was sealed off, Dongfang Chen replied affirmatively. No wonder you looked a little strange that day. But why didn't you tell me at the time? Brother Zhang asked. Brother Zhang, I've told you more than once that the end of the world is coming soon, do you believe it? Dongfang Chen asked rhetorically. Haha, you said it like a joke, of course I didn't believe it, Brother Zhang scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Yes. This kind of thing is unbelievable. If it hasn't really happened, who would believe it? That's why I made up a story to fool you, Dongfang Chen continued. That's why we started frantically buying supplies, to prepare for this day. But things are more serious than I expected. I thought the virus outbreak would still be more than a month away, and that month would be enough for us to do a lot of things. Class monitor, does that mean that you called us here not to celebrate Hui Shan's 12th birthday party? Is the real purpose to have us come and resist the virus together? Ruan Xinghua suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked. AI. Brother Zhang sighed and said. Hui Shan's 12th birthday is still a few months away. Xiao Chen suggested that I hold it in advance and gather everyone together. I didn't think so much at the time, I just thought it would be good for the brothers to get together since they haven't seen each other for a long time. As for the doomsday stuff he mentioned to me, I took it all as a joke, the purpose was to fulfill my dream. I appreciate his kindness, but I didn't believe it in my heart. Brother Zhang smiled bitterly. Brother Zhang, do you remember that night I said, Brother Zhang, you watch, in at most 3 months, the truth will naturally become clear. Now you understand, we bought so many supplies, not because we were worried about spending the money, but to prepare for today, Dongfang Chen explained, while looking at everyone and continuing. It was my suggestion to gather everyone here. In fact, if it was just to celebrate Hui Shan's 12th birthday, there would be no need for everyone to bring their families. The reason for having everyone bring their families is very simple, the virus is coming, only by sticking together can we survive. Letting everyone bring their families is also to eliminate everyone's worries. Hearing this, everyone understood that they had been deceived to some extent in coming here. But after all, it was out of good intentions, and everyone didn't say much. Is it really the end of the world? Why do I feel so unreal? Ruan Xinghua still didn't quite believe it. According to my current understanding, the possibility is extremely high. It's summer now, and there are many mosquitoes. This virus can be transmitted on a large scale through mosquito bites. Moreover, the incubation period of this virus is very long, about 15 days, which also leads to a sharp increase in the danger of this virus. Dongfang Chen told everyone the situation he learned from Xiaolin. Then is there no way to treat this virus? Someone asked. There is currently no effective treatment, Dongfang Chen shook his head and replied. He had also asked Xiaolin this question, and Xiaolin's answer was that it would be necessary to wait until the space station was upgraded and had an experimental module before research and development could begin. Everyone was silent. The amount of information was a bit much, and everyone frowned and remained silent. Although there is no treatment method, I have something here that can provide protection. As he said this, Dongfang Chen raised his left hand. What is it? Brother Zhang didn't know what Dongfang Chen was doing by raising his hand and asked doubtfully. Dongfang Chen shook his wrist when he saw that everyone didn't understand. A watch? Brother Zhang asked doubtfully. Yes, a watch, Dongfang Chen replied affirmatively. Isn't this just an ordinary smart watch? How can it provide protection? Brother Zhang still didn't understand and continued to ask. It is, and it isn't. As for why it has a protective effect, it's not convenient to reveal it to everyone now. Currently, I only have 100 of these watches in my hand, which should be enough in the short term. No one could understand Dongfang Chen's mysterious words, so he treated it as a soliloquy. Not long after, Niu Xingwang returned with the convoy. Dongfang Chen arranged for everyone to load their families and luggage into the cars first. Brother Zhang then led a group of brothers to the warehouse. It wasn't until nearly dawn that all the supplies were transferred. There were some accidents in the middle, but fortunately, Niu Xingwang still had some influence locally, and in the end, it was thrilling but safe. Binjiang Park Underground Base. Originally, Brother Zhang's comrades in arms had just arrived during the day. Their families and children hadn't had a good rest. After such a commotion, everyone was very tired. Some women and children were crying, some people were complaining, and some people were arguing. After all, they didn't know what was going on. They were resting well in their rooms, and suddenly they were brought to this dark, messy basement, and their emotions were very bad. Brother Zhang, after the supplies are sorted out, let everyone rest and explain to their families. We'll gather here again later for a small meeting, Dongfang Chen said to Brother Zhang, seeing the chaotic crowd. Okay, Brother Zhang agreed readily, covered in sweat. Soon, the base quieted down. When people learned that the virus was coming, they were very scared. But seeing the countless supplies being transported in, they felt a lot more at ease and slowly accepted the reality. Gradually, the women stopped crying, and the elderly and children gradually fell asleep. More than 2 hours later, Brother Zhang led the comrades to slowly gather. Dongfang Chen also brought a few people to dismantle some newly purchased tables and chairs, and pieced them together into a long conference table. After everyone was seated, Dongfang Chen said, "There is a box of smart watches here. After the meeting, everyone can divide them up, a few for each family, depending on how many people there are. Everyone must have one, including the elderly and children. These watches are different from the watches sold outside, they can prevent mosquito bites, and everyone must wear them at all times. Dongfang Chen was not polite with everyone, and directly arranged affairs in the posture of a commander. Next, there are several tasks to be done, let me make some arrangements. Everyone stopped when they heard this, and sat up straight. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Chen suddenly felt how correct his decision was. If he had found a group of ordinary people, it was estimated that it would still be a chaotic mess now. First, from today onwards, we will form a guard team to protect the safety of the base. Brother Zhang will serve as the captain. Yes. Brother Zhang stood up and responded, then sat down. Second, I will take the lead in dividing the area in the base, including living area, leisure area, office area, training area, material area, medical area, isolation area, etc. After the division is completed, priority will be given to the transformation of the living area, and the families will be settled first. Third, the statistics and management of materials need to be handled by a dedicated person. Everyone discuss who is suitable, you can choose from your family members. And assign 5 assistants, so it will be easier. Chapter 14. The meeting lasted until nearly dawn. Everyone rested briefly, ate something, and then began to get busy. Are you Mr. Dongfang? A middle-aged woman asked, approaching him. Yes. And you are? Dongfang Chen asked, puzzled. Judging from the woman's attire, she didn't seem like an ordinary person, nor did she seem like a family member of Zhang Ji's comrades. He wondered if he had brought the wrong person in his haste last night. I'm Niu Xingguang's wife, the middle-aged woman explained. Oh. Hello, hello. Dongfang Chen suddenly understood and quickly greeted her. Hello. I came to ask if there's anything I can help with, the woman said shyly. It was clear that Niu Xingguang's wife was the homemaking type, not like a wealthy woman who had never suffered. Great, but what are your skills? Dongfang Chen asked. It would be impolite to leave her standing there. I can cook and clean, but I don't know anything else, Mrs. Niu said, embarrassed. Ah. I see. Well, you can join the other women in cooking for everyone. More hands make light work, Dongfang Chen said. Okay. Mrs. Niu readily agreed. Niu Xingguang was truly decisive. Once he decided to follow Dongfang Chen, he didn't hesitate. He even dared to let his wife come to the base with the convoy without saying a word. It wouldn't be a joke if something happened to her. Dongfang Chen couldn't help but admire him, thinking. What a talent! Niu Xingguang had left with the convoy last night after delivering the supplies and hadn't returned since. With everyone's joint efforts, the living area was basically settled in a day. Although it wasn't furnished inside and the walls and floors were bare, they had to make do in this special period. In a day, everyone became generally familiar with the base. The underground part of the base was divided into 3 levels, each about 20,000 square meters, which was very spacious. The first underground level was designed as a living area, with a total of 600 rooms of various sizes. Although they were still bare, the rooms were ready-made. Currently, there were relatively few people, so everyone lived together to ensure safety. The second underground level was a comprehensive area. The recreation area, office area, and training area were all on the second underground level. There was also a separate isolated area for medical and quarantine purposes. The third underground level was the storage area. The entire project was personally supervised by Niu Xingguang, so the quality was guaranteed. Although the base was built underground, it didn't feel damp. In the evening, everyone relaxed and sat together chatting. Now I believe it. The second underground level even has an isolation area. If you told me it wasn't built to prevent viruses, I wouldn't believe it now, Ruan Xinghua said with emotion. Ah. I'm ashamed to say that I haven't been here once since the project started. Such a large project couldn't have been designed in a day or 2. Everything had to be considered. It's been hard on Xiao Chen to shoulder everything alone, Zhang Ji also said with emotion. Hey! Class monitor, I suggest that we can't call him Xiao Chen anymore. Think about it, if there are more people in the future, and we always call him Xiao Chen, how can Xiao Chen establish authority? What do you say? A slightly older middle-aged man suggested. Tong Li, I told you yesterday to call him boss, call him boss. As soon as I see Xiao Chen, I forget what I said. Zhang Ji complained. It's not our fault, class monitor. We didn't understand the situation at the time, but now we have to change our tune. What do you all say? The slightly older man, Tong Li, said. Yes, 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 everyone agreed in unison. What are you talking about? Dongfang Chen asked, approaching them. Ah. Boss, it's nothing, Ruan Xinghua said hastily, covering up while winking at the others. What's wrong with your eyes? Dongfang Chen asked, puzzled. It's nothing, it's nothing. I just got some sand in them, Ruan Xinghua said, rubbing his eyes. Okay. I just looked around. There's still a lot of unused cement and sand outside. Use it as you see fit, and simply repair the floors and walls during this time. The environment is a bit crude, but everyone will have to make do for now. It will get better soon, Dongfang Chen arranged. Yes. Everyone stood at attention and replied in unison, their voices loud and clear. Dongfang Chen was used to their exaggerated reactions and didn't plan to correct them. To survive, militarized management was the only way to go. After arranging some trivial matters, Dongfang Chen went alone to his exclusive office on the second underground level. The office had been simply furnished. There was a huge desk inside, with a laptop computer on it. On the wall opposite the desk hung a huge LCD screen made up of 6 100-inch displays. When Dongfang Chen walked in, the screen lit up, and Xiaolin's virtual image stood in the middle, without saying a word. Fortunately, Xiaolin had arranged things early and purchased a large number of office supplies and equipment through the internet in advance, otherwise there would inevitably be shortages. Xiaolin, I want to thank you for this. If it weren't for you, it would have been almost impossible for us to accomplish so much in less than 2 months, Dongfang Chen said. It's all my duty, Commander, Xiaolin replied. How is the construction of the central hall of the space station progressing? Dongfang Chen asked. After upgrading to level 1, the space station needed to build a central hall. The central hall served as a transit point and connected other modules. Only after the central hall was built could the construction of other modules begin. The core module's program update speed was very fast. However, the supporting modules and hardware required the worker bee robots to constantly collect materials to slowly build them. Commander, the central hall is 60% complete and is expected to be fully completed in about 12 days. What is the progress of the Antarctic Supercomputing Center? Has it been affected by the virus? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. The progress of the Supercomputing Center is going smoothly. The required materials have been delivered in advance, and the construction progress has not been affected. How long until it's finished? Dongfang Chen asked. There aren't many early-stage devices and the amount of work isn't large, so it is expected to be completed within a week, Xiaolin said. Xiaolin, when will the Queen Bee robot you mentioned earlier be delivered? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. The Queen Bee robot has been shipped and will arrive in Kyoto via an international express line soon, Xiaolin explained. The Queen Bee robot was Dongfang Chen's biggest concern. With the outbreak of the virus, Binjiang was no longer in a normal production condition. The construction of the base, the construction of factories, the collection of materials, the manufacturing of equipment, everything could no longer be done in the traditional way. Just like now, the base wasn't completely built yet, and with the outbreak of the virus, Binjiang was under martial law. The construction team left, the building materials were gone, and the project had to stop. However, this was all within the plan. Long ago, Xiaolin had ordered a crude first-generation Queen Bee robot from a chip manufacturing company in Europe. The reason it was called crude was because the Queen Bee's core chip used only 12 nanometer technology. This was the limit of technology that could be produced quickly and successfully shipped back to China. Moreover, the Queen Bee robot that was manufactured had only one function, satellite positioning. This was also to protect the technology. After the Queen Bee robot was shipped to China, it would arrive at the underground base in Binjiang City on its own under the remote control of the space station. After arriving at the base, the control program would be reflashed, and no human intervention would be required. The first-generation Queen Bee robot was about 3 centimeters in size, and looked like a large spider from a distance. To save energy, the Queen Bee could only hitchhike for most of the journey from Kyoto to Binjiang, so it might take longer. The Queen Bee robot was the key link to establishing a strong connection between the space station and the ground. All subsequent factories, equipment, raw materials, processing, and production would depend on its intervention. Okay. How is the situation in Binjiang City now? Chapter 15. According to the monitoring data, the entire urban area is under martial law. All entrances and exits of the urban area, including highway intersections, have been completely closed. Today alone, a total of 36 zombified virus-infected individuals have been killed. A total of 234 suspected infected individuals are under isolated observation, Xiaolin reported. Okay. What news is there in the media today? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. This morning, multiple departments in the city formed a virus prevention and control team and held a press conference. At the meeting, the public was reminded to strictly implement the temporary control policy prohibiting going out. The Municipal Center for Disease Control and Prevention has collected 20 batches of virus samples so far, and multiple pharmaceutical companies have jointly established a research and development center to conduct research on the samples. There is one more thing. A vacant lot on Shuguang Road in the Zikan development zone of Binjiang City began to gather a large number of construction teams and mechanical equipment this morning. Judging from the content of the comprehensive press conference, a Shuguang hospital should be newly built. Is there any way to count the specific number of current infections? Dongfang Chen frowned. I'm sorry, Commander. Without the necessary data, it is impossible to count, Xiaolin replied. Then is there any way to reveal some key information to relevant units without exposing our situation? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes. May I ask, Commander, is there a range limit for the information disclosed? I can send information to relevant functional departments through anonymous and virtual IP methods, Xiaolin asked. 2 conditions. First, our specific identity, including any personal and company information, must not be exposed. Second, all virus intelligence should be shared as much as possible, provided that condition 1 is met, Dongfang Chen thought for a moment and replied. However, Commander, if we do this, once the news spreads, I am afraid it will cause panic, Xiaolin reminded. There is no other way. Living is the only thing that matters. Dongfang Chen replied decisively. Yes, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Alas! I hope that after the news is sent out, more people can survive. Dongfang Chen thought to himself. Virus Prevention and Control Headquarters. Is the news reliable? Mayor Gong asked anxiously after reading the information. Not sure. The news was sent anonymously. We have not found out who sent the message, Secretary Liu replied. Is there any discrepancy with the information we currently have? Mayor Gong continued to ask. From what we know so far, there is basically no discrepancy, Secretary Liu replied. Then it seems really serious. Neurotropic virus, zombification, zombies, blood transmission, who sent it? Why is it so detailed? Mayor Gong muttered, frowning. Then he turned his head and said. Secretary Liu, share the news. By the way, emphasize that the news has not been verified and is for reference only. Mayor Gong, maybe it's not necessary, Secretary Liu replied. Hey? Not necessary? What's not necessary? Mayor Gong looked at him and asked in confusion. Everyone knows now, and it has spread all over the internet, Secretary Liu replied awkwardly. Outrageous. Who is it? Investigate, continue to investigate, and find out the person behind it. Mayor Gong was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His eyes, which had not rested all night, had turned red with extreme anger. Okay. Secretary Liu nodded vigorously and turned to walk out. Wait. Forget it, let's not investigate for now. The most important task now is to put out the virus as soon as possible, Mayor Gong raised his hand and stopped Secretary Liu. Immediately afterwards, in order to appease the public's panic, the Virus Prevention and Control Team urgently held an online press conference. It is recommended that people stay at home, close doors and windows, and repeatedly disinfect their homes. For a time, mosquito coils, toilet water, insecticides, sprays and other disinfection agents on the internet were all removed from the shelves, and even window screens could not be bought. Even if they were bought, they could not be delivered. Under the strict control measures of the Virus Prevention and Control Team, all the sprinkler trucks and fire trucks in the city, except for basic emergency vehicles, were dispatched to implement full coverage and repeated disinfection in the urban area. Under strict control measures, the spread of the virus quickly slowed down. The next day. The third day. In the past 2 days, only 8 zombification cases have occurred in the urban area. However, due to the long incubation period of the virus and the inability to completely eliminate virus-carrying mosquitoes, it is almost impossible to completely eliminate the virus transmission chain. Xiaolin estimated that a new round of mutations is expected within a week at most. Emergency Response Department of China. Is the news that has been circulating wildly on the internet these past 2 days leaked from here? The director asked. No, the secretary replied. Then have you found the source of the news? The director continued to ask. The other party's methods are very clever, and the security department has not tracked it down, the secretary replied. Who could it be? They have more comprehensive information than we do. The director muttered to himself. The secretary did not answer. Binjiang City Underground Base. It's not good. It's not good. Someone shouted. Then there was a burst of noise. What's going on? Dongfang Chen heard the sound and hurried over to ask. I just saw a very big spider, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. A woman gestured with her hands and said loudly. Dongfang Chen has placed TVs in the public areas of the base's living area. So everyone now has a basic understanding of the situation outside and the characteristics of the virus. Therefore, the woman's reaction was particularly strong when she saw the bug. It's okay, you're wearing your watch, right? Dongfang Chen comforted and asked. I'm wearing it, the woman replied. Okay, it's good that you're wearing it. Brother Zhang, let's go take a look, Dongfang Chen said to Brother Zhang after comforting her. Okay. Brother Zhang agreed readily. Several people spontaneously followed Dongfang Chen step by step in the direction the woman pointed, and found nothing unusual even after walking to the end. Then a few people turned around and looked for it separately, but couldn't find it either. Dongfang Chen suddenly thought of something and turned to walk towards the office on the second floor underground. Sure enough, in the center of Dongfang Chen's office, a metallic, spider-like robot stood quietly. It was only about 3 centimeters in size and was very close to the color of the floor, so it was hard to notice if you didn't look carefully. Dongfang Chen walked over, squatted down, and observed carefully. The robot did not respond. Commander, the Queen Bee robot has successfully arrived at the base, Xiaolin reported on the screen. Dongfang Chen stood up and replied. Okay, I see it. What's next? Commander, the Queen Bee's operating program has been packaged. May I ask, should it be pushed? Xiaolin asked. Push it. Dongfang Chen issued the order. Okay. Xiaolin replied. At the same time, the progress of the push was displayed synchronously in the lower right corner of the big screen. Because the first-generation Queen Bee integrates a satellite communication chip, the space station can directly connect with the Queen Bee. Now that the Queen Bee has arrived, can we proceed to the next step? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, Commander. However, due to the poor craftsmanship of the first-generation Queen Bee, the speed of manufacturing mechanical bee ants will be much slower, Xiaolin explained. How slow? Dongfang Chen asked. It can manufacture 2 miniature mechanical bee ants per hour, Xiaolin replied. That's not bad. That's all we can do for now. Does the Queen Bee need extra energy or raw materials? Dongfang Chen asked. No, Commander. After the program is pushed, the Queen Bee will automatically find energy and materials to manufacture. However, before the supercomputing center is built, only the most basic control tasks can be sent through the space station, and complex instructions cannot be completed, Xiaolin explained. It doesn't matter, just let it roam freely. It won't be of much help in the short term, so just focus on manufacturing bee ants, Dongfang Chen said. Okay, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Just as Dongfang Chen was about to turn around and leave, the Queen Bee moved. It should have finished pushing the program. It turned around twice in place and ran towards the door. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Chen said. By the way, Xiaolin, give the Queen Bee an instruction to stay away from the crowd. Okay, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Oh, right, also, can you check where Niu Xingwang is now? Dongfang Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't heard from Niu Xingwang for the past few days and asked curiously. Please wait a moment. Xiaolin replied. Report, Commander, Niu Xingwang's information has not been found yet, Xiaolin quickly gave the result. Dongfang Chen wanted to curse. But thinking about it, his phone must have been taken away. Without a phone, it's normal that he can't be found. Returning to the first floor living area, everyone was waiting for Dongfang Chen. Everyone, don't panic, I have already killed the spider, it's okay, Dongfang Chen lied. Good, good, good. It's good that it's dead, Brother Zhang smiled heartily. Everyone doesn't need to worry too much. As long as you don't take off your watch, you will basically not be bitten by bugs, Dongfang Chen comforted everyone. 2 more days passed, and the training area, office area, medical area, and isolation area on the 2nd floor underground, and the material area on the 3rd floor underground were basically cleaned up. Except for the elderly and children, everyone was basically not idle, and made a simple division of labor according to their respective expertise and abilities. Chapter 16. These past few days, with nothing much to do, Brother Zhang and a group of his comrades occasionally took their families back to the surface to relax. The tall walls surrounding the base gave everyone a great sense of security. Dongfang Chen didn't say anything about this. With the protection of the bracelets, he figured their safety wasn't a major concern. During this period, the daily reports of zombification cases had almost disappeared. This gave everyone a kind of illusion. Many people felt that perhaps the virus had been essentially eradicated, and dawn was approaching. Until 1 midnight. Help! Is there anyone there? Open the door. The base's gate was being violently pounded. 7 or 8 people wearing protective suits stood outside the base entrance, shouting loudly. The guard team members on duty heard the sounds outside the base and ran out. Who are you? One of the guard team members asked. Big brother, please open the door and let us in, a girl's voice outside said urgently. Tang Kun, go report to the boss, I'll keep an eye on things here, one of the guard team members said. Okay. Zhenhai, don't open the door yet, it would be troublesome if the virus is brought in, Tang Kun responded. Yeah, I know, hurry up, Ling Zhenhai replied. After speaking, Tang Kun quickly ran towards the underground base. Big brother! Big brother! Please open the door. There are many zombies chasing us behind, please save us. A man's voice shouted from outside the door. Ling Zhenhai didn't open the door and asked. Who are you? Where did you come from? Big brother, we are doctors and nurses from Dawn Hospital. Suddenly, many people in Dawn Hospital turned into zombies. So many. Many people have been bitten. We escaped from there, the man outside explained. Big brother. Please, have mercy. Open the door first, they're about to catch up. A girl cried, sounding terrified by the zombies. I'm sorry. Without the boss's orders, we can't open the door. Please wait a moment, we've already sent someone to notify the boss, he'll be back soon, Ling Zhenhai replied, feeling sympathetic. Even with sympathy, he couldn't open the door. The base also had many elderly people and children who were defenseless. If they were infected, the consequences would be too severe. Before long, Dongfang Chen quickly ran over. Boss! Ling Zhenhai quickly ran over to greet him. Ling, what's the situation outside? Dongfang Chen asked. There are several doctors and nurses outside. They said they escaped from Dawn Hospital. They said many people in the hospital turned into zombies, and there are zombies chasing them, Ling Zhenhai explained. Ling, there is a separate passage on the west side that leads directly to the isolation area on the 2nd underground floor. Let them come in through the west gate first, Dongfang Chen said. But, boss, if we do that, the people inside will be in danger. Ling Zhenhai worried. Don't worry, the isolation area is completely separated from other areas. The only way to get infected is through mosquitoes carrying the virus. But think about it, what can we do to completely prevent the spread of mosquitoes? Even if we keep them out, can we completely avoid it? So, as long as everyone doesn't take off their bracelets, there won't be any problems in the short term, Dongfang Chen explained. Ling Zhenhai didn't answer, thinking it made sense, so he didn't insist anymore. Alright, let's do it this way, Dongfang Chen ordered, seeing that Ling Zhenhai wasn't speaking. Yes. Ling Zhenhai responded. Then he went to guide the people outside the door towards the west gate. Underground base, isolation area. Everyone was locked in a separate room. The windows and doors were welded with thick steel bars. Dongfang Chen and the guard team stood outside the door. I hope everyone can understand. The incubation period of the virus is very long, and if someone gets infected, the consequences will be severe. So everyone needs to wait patiently in the isolation area for 15 days first. If there are no problems during the quarantine period, you can be released. But please rest assured, we will deliver water and food to you regularly, and there are TVs in the corridor to watch, so you won't be too bored, Dongfang Chen explained to everyone. We understand. Thank you, boss, for letting us in, everyone expressed their gratitude. Because they knew that the people inside could completely ignore their life or death, which would eliminate any risk. Although they were locked up after entering, at least they wouldn't be attacked by zombies and could rest in peace. Well, that's good. I also wanted to ask you, what exactly happened at Dawn Hospital? Dongfang Chen asked. Boss, let me speak, a man in his 30s volunteered to answer. Okay, please speak, Dongfang Chen gestured for him to speak. It's like this, I was one of the first doctors sent to Dawn Hospital. Dawn Hospital, as you probably know, was newly established specifically for treating viral infections. Yesterday was the first day it opened, and 317 confirmed cases were sent in. Most of them were already in a coma. Judging from the symptoms, the vast majority had been infected for more than 3 days. Some who were not yet comatose also showed typical neurological problems such as speech impairment, vision impairment, hearing impairment, and paralysis. To be honest, we were all feeling our way, and in order to find an effective way to combat the virus as soon as possible, we adopted group treatments for these patients. Each group adopted a different treatment plan, and whichever plan was effective, we shared it with the other groups. Alright. There's no need to talk about the treatment process, just tell me what happened in the hospital. The man was still describing it vividly when Dongfang Chen interrupted him. Okay. The man responded and continued. Tonight, after finishing a stage of treatment, everyone gathered together to eat and discuss the condition. Suddenly, we heard someone shouting loudly in the ward. We realized that the situation was not good and quickly ran over. Speaking of this, the man's eyes still showed fear as he continued with difficulty. My God! There were more than a dozen zombified zombies in the corridor. They were chasing several nurses and some patients with mild symptoms, and some were banging hard on the doors. Although we knew in advance that this virus, once infected, would have a high probability of zombification, we only truly understood it when we saw it with our own eyes. We quickly ran out, and as soon as we got out, the isolation door slammed shut. Some doctors and nurses who didn't have time to run were locked inside. They shouted in horror and despair, but there was nothing we could do, we couldn't control that door. We originally planned to find a way to save them, but who knew that there were also zombies rushing towards us outside, so a few of us kept running, and ended up here. So Dawn Hospital is basically paralyzed now? Dongfang Chen asked. I guess so. We fled in a hurry and didn't pay much attention. But judging from the situation at the time, the other floors wouldn't be much better, the man recalled. Since you knew in advance that infection with the virus would lead to zombification, why didn't you arrange for some armed troops to protect you? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. We did. But after the hospital became chaotic, they should have all been sent to the floors to eliminate zombies. We ran to the police room, but there wasn't a single person there. We didn't dare to stay any longer, so we ran out, the man explained. Alright, I understand the situation. You guys rest well. If there's anything, talk to the staff at the door, Dongfang Chen said. Okay. Thank you. The man said with a humble smile. Back in the office, Dongfang Chen plopped down in his chair, leaned back, and frowned. The lights in the office were off, and the blue light emitted from the huge screen on the wall cast a dim, shadowy glow on his body and face. As things had developed to this day, Dongfang Chen's mood was one of both relief and helplessness. He had been pushed forward by various things every day, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. For such a long time, he hadn't been able to calm down and think properly. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to ask himself a question. What exactly are you doing every day? Chapter 17. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to ask himself a question. What exactly are you doing every day? For so many years, he had become accustomed to living alone, shopping alone, eating alone, watching movies alone, playing games alone, as if life should be like this. Until recently, many people suddenly appeared in his life, so many that he couldn't even name some of them. With those familiar and unfamiliar faces flashing in his mind, he really wanted to ask himself. What exactly are you doing? Why has life become like this now? Aren't you usually most annoyed by crowds? Aren't you usually most afraid of trouble? How could it be like this? Most importantly, everyone is watching him. His fate has unknowingly become tied to everyone's fate. Inadvertently, he had become everyone's spiritual leader, everyone's hope. In everyone's perception, he had gradually been deified into a prophet, deified into a savior, deified into the only hope that could lead them to the future. But he himself knew that he was still the same as before. His heart, perhaps, was not yet ready to bear such weight. But he was already unable to control it and had no choice. Commander, the supercomputing center has been deployed and debugged, and all construction personnel have been evacuated. The control system program has been packaged. Do you want to push the installation? Xiaolin said suddenly. Install. Xiaolin's words also pulled Dongfang Chen back from his thoughts, so he replied. Okay, Commander, Xiaolin replied. 1 hour later. Commander, the control system program has been deployed, do you want to run it? Xiaolin asked. Run. Dongfang Chen replied. Okay, Commander, the program has started. Congratulations, Commander, the supercomputing center has been successfully deployed. Do you want to connect? Xiaolin said. Connect, Dongfang Chen replied. Okay. Then the prompt status on the screen kept flashing. Sending command. Verifying. Authorization status is normal. Satellite signal is normal. Distributing keys. Logging in. Login successful. With the appearance of the 4 words login successful, the screen changed, and the outline of a space station outlined by blue lines was displayed on the screen. At this time, the space station could be clearly seen divided into 3 cabins. 2 short, 1 long. The length of the long cabin was estimated to be about 4 times that of the other 2. The longest cabin was yellow, with a large number in the middle, 83%. It seemed that the largest cabin was the central hall. Xiaolin, can the perspective be rotated? Dongfang Chen asked. Yes, Commander. Since augmented reality technology has not yet been developed, you cannot directly rotate the perspective, you can only operate through me. You can tell me the angle value you want to rotate, and I will help you adjust it, Xiaolin replied. Forget it, it's too much trouble, let's just make do with it, Dongfang Chen waved his hand and said. Okay, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Can the Queen Bee be connected after the supercomputing center is started? Dongfang Chen asked. The Queen Bee was a top priority and could not be taken lightly. Yes, Commander, the Queen Bee has been successfully connected, you can check it on the panel at any time, Xiaolin replied. Well, then switch to the Queen Bee panel. Dongfang Chen was too lazy to run over and click the mouse, so he ordered. Okay, Commander, Xiaolin replied. Then the screen flashed, and an enlarged version of the spider projection was displayed in the center of the screen. How many bee ants have been manufactured so far? Dongfang Chen asked. Commander, 247 have been manufactured, Xiaolin replied. It's still a bit slow. What is the next plan? Dongfang Chen asked. Reporting to the commander, after the number of bee ants meets the number required for construction, the next plan is to use the bee ants to build a geothermal power generation room to ensure the stability of the base's power system. In addition, after the central hall of the space station is built, the experimental cabin can be built, Xiaolin reported. Very good, then do it that way, Dongfang Chen nodded. Other things can be ignored for now, but the power supply must be done first. As the virus continues to spread, the power supply system will fail sooner or later, so the power generation room must be built before the problem occurs. Otherwise, the base will be dark and the air will not circulate, and people will really not be able to stay, and there will be chaos. At this moment, outside the base, the entire Zikan development zone was in chaos. The streets were full of walking zombies, shouting crowds, and the sound of gunfire. On a certain street. Luo, are you okay? A man saw the girl fall and quickly helped her up and asked. Brother, I'm fine, it doesn't hurt at all, the girl said calmly, looking at her scratched hand. Okay, let's go quickly, the man didn't bother to stop the bleeding for the girl, took her hand and continued to run. At this time, the road was already extremely congested, and walking was the only way to pass. Brother, are we really going to Funing district? The younger sister didn't move, grabbed her brother and asked. Yes. Didn't we already agree? The man replied anxiously. Brother, I suddenly don't want to go, why don't you go alone? The younger sister said, suddenly leaving tears. Why? Loer? Why don't you want to go suddenly? The man was stunned and asked. It's nothing. Brother, I just don't want to go. I just want to stay at home, I don't want to go anywhere. Don't worry about me, go alone, the woman said, shaking off the man's hand and pushing her brother away. If you don't go, what am I going to do alone? Since you don't want to go, let's go home. The man saw that the girl just wouldn't go, so he simply didn't go. No. Brother, I want to be alone, the girl said, refusing. Loer, what's wrong with you today? Why did you suddenly become so strange? The man was very puzzled and anxious. It's nothing. I just think that you have been taking care of me for so many years, it's really troublesome. I'm so old, and I want to have my own space. It's really inconvenient for you to stay by my side, Loer said. But you are different. How can you do without someone taking care of you? The man said anxiously. Brother, I can take care of myself. Please give me some personal space, okay? Loer said crying. Okay, okay. Don't cry, don't cry. How about this, I'll send you back first, okay? The man said with concern. The girl nodded, without saying a word. The man supported the girl and turned around to go back, but as soon as he took a step, the girl fainted. Loer, Loer. The man quickly laid the girl flat when he saw this and shouted loudly. The girl frowned, her expression very uncomfortable. The man hurriedly took out medicine from his pocket and fed it to the woman. 5 minutes later, the girl recovered and opened her eyes. Brother! I'm sorry, I'm sorry. The girl cried sadly, tears streaming down her cheeks. Silly girl, what are you saying sorry for? As long as you are okay, the man said it didn't matter. The girl shook her head, expressing her disagreement with the man's words, and said. Brother! I'm afraid I can't do it anymore, don't worry about me, leave quickly alone. You girl! What are you talking about? I carry your medicine with me, nothing will happen. Besides, can brother throw you down and leave alone? The man pretended to be angry and complained. The girl continued to shake her head, her eyes full of reluctance, and continued to say. Brother, I won't hide it from you now, I suspect I've been infected. You can't get out of Zikin district with me. No, no. You have heart disease, it must be a relapse. The man resolutely refused to admit it. Brother, listen to me. I know my situation. I can't feel the pain anymore, and I may faint soon. You leave quickly, otherwise we will all die here, the girl explained. Not feeling pain is a typical symptom of infection with the neurotropic virus. Affected by the virus, the patient's brain's pain area may be destroyed. The Virus Prevention and Control Team will promote popular science-related content through major internet platforms and media, so everyone basically knows it. I don't care. If we die, we will die together. The man said without. After speaking, the man picked up the girl and ran back. From time to time, zombies chasing crowds appeared on the road. The man hugged the girl, unable to return home, and unable to leave Zikin district, so he could only find a place where no one was to hide. In a panic, he also ran to Binjiang Park. Loer, hold on a little longer, let's find a place to rest as soon as possible, the man said as he ran, sweating profusely and panting heavily. Chapter 18. The next day, morning. Binjiang Park Underground Base. Loer, you're awake? The man asked anxiously. Brother, where are we? The girl asked. We are in an underground base, the man replied. Last night, the man carried the girl to the base and knocked on the door. Everyone had dealt with such a situation once before, so the man carried the girl smoothly into the isolation area of the underground base and had a general understanding of the situation here. Although the conditions here are simple, the man is still very grateful in his heart. He knew that in last night's situation, he would never have been able to leave the West District smoothly with his infected sister. The on-duty staff would definitely not let him and his sick sister out. And if he returned home regardless, he would not be able to contend with the zombies with his own strength alone. Hey, young man! Judging from the situation, your sister should already be infected. I suggest you don't stay in the same room with her. If she turns into a zombie, you won't be able to escape, the man in the white coat across the isolation room reminded him. With sturdy doors and windows blocking them, and many staff members on duty outside, they were not worried that someone turning into a zombie would affect them. What's it to you? The man's anger flared up instantly when he heard these words. Listen or not, it's up to you, the man said indifferently. He sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and took a sip of water. The man ignored him and continued talking to the girl. Rest well, don't be afraid of anything with your brother here. Brother, I think he's right. You should change rooms, don't get infected too, the girl said. It's better to be infected, so I can continue to take care of you, the man said affectionately. The girl closed her eyes and said nothing more. The isolation area is not a prison after all. Although everyone's freedom is temporarily restricted, it does not prevent them from learning about the outside situation at any time. There is no power supply in the isolation room, so it is impossible to charge mobile phones. However, every certain distance, there is a TV on the wall of the aisle, and everyone quietly watches the reports on TV in their spare time. Emergency notice, emergency notice. Citizens, please note. Affected by the virus, the number of infections in the West District has increased significantly. In order to ensure the safety of the lives and property of the majority of residents, please temporarily evacuate your original residences within the West District and rush to the nearest temporary resettlement site as soon as possible. There are currently 9 temporary resettlement sites, the addresses are as follows. The same news has been playing on a loop all night. Alas! It seems that the West District is about to be lost. Someone said. Nonsense, watch, it won't be long before the zombies are wiped out, someone in another isolation room retorted. I think it's difficult to wipe out the zombies. Not to mention anything else, just take the 15-day incubation period, how do you solve it? If you ask me, gathering people together is more dangerous. If someone is already infected, once they turn into a zombie, a large area will be infected. Doesn't that mean it's not safe to go to the resettlement site either? Someone asked. What do you think? It can only be said that gathering people together is convenient for management and protection. The urban area is so large, and it is certainly not easy to defend if troops are divided everywhere. But gathering people together also carries great risks. I think the current method is very good, one person in a small single room, no one next to anyone. It's a pity that this method won't work when there are too many people. Isn't it said that the antigen has been developed now? How can it be so fast? Not to mention how long it takes from mass production to the start of antigen testing, how much manpower, material resources and financial resources are consumed in the middle, just how high can the accuracy rate be? You are too pessimistic. Looking at the history of human development, how many major epidemics have occurred? In the past, with such primitive medical conditions, didn't we still win the battle against viruses? What's more, technology is so advanced now. Alas! It's just a pity for those who turned into zombies, they were directly shot, it's too tragic. Womanly kindness. From a medical point of view, people are already dead after brain death. It's just that this virus has hijacked the brain nerves. Although they can still move, they no longer have conscious activity and no longer belong to the category of humans. The problem now is, if you don't kill it, it will turn around and attack more people, what do you say? Alas! That's true. Hey, have you heard? Symptomatic infected person appeared in the Dawn hospital. She is a nurse from Binjiang Hospital, someone asked in a low voice. I haven't heard of it, where did you hear the news? Everyone gathered at the window and asked curiously. The man cleared his throat and said triumphantly. I also heard it from others. Presumably everyone knows that the first case of virus infection came from Binjiang Hospital. And this nurse was in charge of the infected person's ward at the time. At that time, no one knew about this virus, and they didn't know that people with brain death could still turn into zombies. Logically speaking, patients with brain death are basically unable to do so within 24 hours, and basically cannot be cured. But at that time, the infected person still had a heartbeat, and the experts were still consulting, so the little nurse went over to change the medicine as usual. But when changing the medicine, the suddenly zombified infected person stood up and bit the nurse's arm. The nurse was so frightened that she turned pale and screamed loudly. But the zombie wouldn't let go, and tore a piece of meat from her arm. Fortunately, The escorts in the several beds next to her saw that something was wrong, quickly dragged the zombie away, and pulled the person out of the room. However, I heard that several escorts in the room were bitten, and other patients were bitten to death on the spot. I know this. It was on the news at the time. But later the hospital issued a statement saying it was a medical dispute. Another person suddenly remembered the news he had seen before. What happened to the nurse later? Someone continued to ask. Didn't the virus break out later? The nurse was quarantined. But who knew that after 15 days, the nurse had not died or turned into a zombie? It is said that in just 15 days, the person was tortured beyond recognition. But later she got better, and she regained her health. After the Dawn Hospital was built, she was transferred to the Dawn Hospital. Then why haven't I seen her? One of the doctors asked, and the other doctors nodded in agreement. She is a national treasure, how can they let you see her? Think about it, what does asymptomatic mean? It shows that she can resist this virus. Maybe whether we can successfully eliminate the virus this time depends on her. Doesn't that mean she has to be strictly protected? The man replied disdainfully. Maybe the nurse wasn't infected. Someone questioned. Are you the smartest person in the world? Do you think so many experts are just freeloaders? Can't they tell whether she has been infected or not? The man continued to reply. I was just saying, there are people with guns standing guard 24 hours a day in the building next to me. I always thought there was some big shot living inside. Wow, according to you, this nurse is really lucky. Someone exclaimed. More than lucky, she is simply the chosen one. The storyteller concluded. Everyone nodded in silence. This kind of thing can only be envied. Excuse me, are you all doctors? The man taking care of his sister asked. Yes. What's the matter? The man in the isolation room across the street asked impatiently. I'm sorry, I had a bad attitude just now. The man tried his best to squeeze out a smile and apologized. Hey. It's okay. Seeing that the other party apologized, the man didn't continue to hold on and waved his hand in reply. I want to ask, is there any way to treat the virus now? The man asked. There is no way. The virus will attack the brain nerves. As far as I know, there is no good treatment method so far, we can only leave it to fate, the man shook his head helplessly and said. After hearing this, the man's face was filled with sorrow, and he looked at his sister with a look of reluctance. Dongfang Chen was also paying attention to the external situation, but he couldn't do anything at the moment, so he could only wait and see. Chapter 19. 15 days later. Finally free. Several people released from the quarantine area stretched their backs and said with emotion. Then, led by Brother Zhang and others, they came to the office area on the second basement level. Wow, this base is huge. To build such a large base in Binjiang, it must be someone important. Everyone chimed in. Hello everyone, welcome to join us. The base is equipped with a medical area, which has been vacant. We are in urgent need of medical personnel, Dongfang Chen said. Boss, our salaries are very high, a man joked. Oh? No problem. It just so happens that we have too much money and don't know how to spend it. Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. After he finished speaking, everyone laughed. Yeah, what's the use of money? What can you buy now? Boss, why haven't we seen the brother and sister? A doctor who lived in the quarantine room opposite the siblings asked. They live in the living area on the first floor. You can see them when you go up later, Dongfang Chen replied. In the past half-month, everyone understood. That girl was not simple, she was also an asymptomatic carrier. Because not only did the girl not zombify, but her original physical ailments also recovered. After her illness was cured, the girl became particularly cheerful, loved to talk and laugh, and everyone liked her very much. Perhaps this is a person blessed by God. After a brief chat, Dongfang Chen took everyone to visit the medical area. The medical area had basic medical equipment and a complete range of medications, which made everyone overjoyed. They sighed that entering the underground base was such a lucky thing. Dongfang Chen left the medical area and went to the living area on the first floor. The brother and sister were arranged in another corner away from everyone else and were cleaning up their room. Seeing Dongfang Chen coming, the two stopped what they were doing and hurried to greet him. Brother Dongfang! Luo Er called out happily. Luo Er, you must be polite and call him boss, the man pretended to correct sternly. Haha, it's okay. Calling me brother is fine, Dongfang Chen waved his hand indifferently. The man looked at Luo Er sternly, without saying a word. Luo Er returned a cocky roll of her eyes. If you need anything, you can tell us. We are all family from now on, so don't be polite, Dongfang Chen said helplessly to the man while Luo Er held his arm. Boss, you're too kind. We are already very satisfied with having food and lodging. You saved us siblings, so feel free to ask us to do anything, the man replied, patting his chest. It's not really saving you. It's mainly because Luo Er is gifted, Dongfang Chen said with a smile, looking at Luo Er. Luo Er was the first known mutant to Dongfang Chen. After learning that she was a mutant, she was not afraid but very happy. She no longer looked sad every day, and her mental state was much better. Because she would no longer worry about dying at any time like before, after being infected with the virus, she was worried about zombifying at any time, and finally, she could only leave her brother alone, living lonely and sadly. She didn't worry about any of that anymore. She could stay with her brother forever, and even become a powerful mutant to protect her brother, as Dongfang Chen said. So, the man thanked Dongfang Chen not only because Dongfang Chen gave them so much practical help, but also because he gave them the hope of survival. Luo Er has basically recovered after this period of recuperation. Brother Dongfang, how did you know I was a mutant? Luo Er asked curiously. Did I say that? What mutant? I don't know. Dongfang Chen replied, pretending to know nothing. Luo Er was stunned, and Luo Er's brother was also stunned. What's going on? Did they dream it themselves? Are you lying? Brother Dongfang, you told us before. You said that a very small number of people, after being infected with the virus, would have their own genes combined with the viral RNA. Not only would they not die, but they would also be strengthened to varying degrees and become a mutant, Luo Er asked hastily. Luo Er remembered what Dongfang Chen had said very well, which was the only motivation to support her to live. Dongfang Chen smiled, scratched Luo Er's nose, and smiled. What, are you unhappy that you are not a mutant? Brother Dongfang, you were lying to me just now, right? Luo Er asked with her big watery eyes flickering, expectantly. Alas! Damn sympathy! Dongfang Chen couldn't continue to make up lies for the first time. His always victorious deception technique was actually restrained by a little lowly. Failure. It's really a failure. Although he was extremely reluctant to admit it, at this moment, Dongfang Chen really couldn't bear to deceive a little girl and deprive her of her only motivation to live, so he said helplessly. I was lying to you. Yay! I knew it. Brother Dongfang is the best. He won't lie to me. Luo Er jumped up and down happily, gesticulating. The brother next to her thought. What about me? Am I not good? Am I not the best? But out of consideration for Dongfang Chen's face, he was embarrassed to say it. Of course, as long as his sister was happy, he wouldn't be jealous of such trivial matters. Okay, stop shaking, you're making me dizzy, Dongfang Chen quickly grabbed Luo Er to prevent her from continuing to shake him. However, it's settled. Only you two siblings know about this. Don't reveal it to anyone else, including the people in the base. To the outside world, you just say you are asymptomatic carriers, remember? Dongfang Chen said very seriously. Why? Luo Er asked, not understanding. Luo Er, we'll do what the boss says, don't ask questions, the man stopped her. Luo Er stuck out her tongue and stopped talking. Dongfang Chen waved his hand to show that it didn't matter. The reason is simple, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. This matter should not be made known to everyone in the short term. Originally, he planned to never admit that he had said anything about the mutants, and wait for a suitable opportunity to announce it. But the deception technique actually failed. The man nodded to show his approval. Luo Er also nodded as if she understood. You stay here for 2 days first. If there are no other problems, move over and live with everyone. Especially Luo Er's condition, you have to pay attention to it at all times. To be honest, I don't know what kind of changes will occur after becoming a mutant, because everyone's situation is different, Dongfang Chen instructed the man. Okay, I will pay attention to it at all times, the man nodded in response. Brother Dongfang, can I come and play with you when I'm free? Luo Er asked. Luo Er, the boss is very busy, he doesn't have time to play with you. Whether it was out of a protective instinct for his sister or unwillingness to trouble Dongfang Chen, the man stopped her. Luoer. It's temporarily inconvenient for everyone to enter my office, Dongfang Chen refused. Okay then. Luoer replied with her head hanging down. Brother Shen, what are you good at? Dongfang Chen asked. I used to be a boxing coach, and I'm relatively good at fighting, the man replied. Okay, Brother Shen. Go find Brother Zhang in 2 days and join the guard team too. Luoer is well now, and you don't need to take care of her all the time, Dongfang Chen said. Okay, boss, the man Shen Vengong replied. In the base, it is very necessary to arrange something for everyone to do. No one wants to be taken care of or treated as a special existence. At the same time, no one wants to be ignored or treated as a little nobody. Even if there is a very simple thing to do, it can instantly make everyone find belonging and a sense of existence. Dongfang Chen deeply understands this. Dongfang Chen nodded and turned to Luoer and said. Luoer, if you feel any special changes in your body these days, you can come to me. Got it, Luoer replied cheerfully. After arranging the affairs of the new recruits, Dongfang Chen returned to the office. A lot has happened in the last 15 days. First, a large number of infected people in Zikan zombified, and then Zikan was completely closed off. Then, the 9 temporary resettlement sites were surrounded by a large number of zombies, infected people appeared one after another inside, and supplies could not be delivered. Under internal and external troubles, all of them were unable to operate in just 3 days. Helplessly, the people were urgently sent to Funing district. So far, Zikan has completely become the world of zombies. Chapter 20. Some people asked, why not seize the time to wipe out all the zombies? On the one hand, the public security issues have already consumed all the mobile forces, on the other hand, zombies are active at night and dormant during the day, making the search very difficult. Furthermore, zombies are extremely difficult to kill unless their heads are completely destroyed, which also means that unless they have undergone special training, ordinary civilian teams cannot do this job. Another 20 days passed in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, several other districts in Binjiang City successively experienced large-scale zombie attacks, and the same tragedy was repeatedly staged. Within 20 days, 2 more districts had been completely occupied by zombies. Out of desperation, after research and decision by the city's virus prevention and control team, 6 emergency shelters were established in Qinghe Ridge in Serong County, Wuodaogo in Linshui County, Gaohebie in Huaizhen County, and other 6 places in Binjiang City, and the masses were transferred. It is hoped that this method can completely block zombies and uninfected people. There are many benefits to doing this. On the one hand, centralized management can save a lot of manpower, so that combat forces can be concentrated to eliminate zombies. On the other hand, it can block the geographical contact between zombies and people, preventing more people from being attacked and infected. On the other hand, it can improve the speed of resource allocation and supply. This kind of emergency shelter is the predecessor of the human survival base in the future. And Binjiang City has also become the first city in China to be occupied by zombies. At the same time, nationwide, 60% of cities have experienced large-scale virus infections, and 95% of cities have been forced to impose martial law. What is even more serious is that the national power grid has already begun to experience intermittent power outages. The dark night is coming. Commander, the central hall has been built. Should we start building the experimental module? Start it. Okay, Commander. Commander, the number of bee ants has reached 1,500, meeting the basic conditions for building a geothermal power generation room. Should we start building the power generation room? Start it. Okay, please select the construction location of the power generation room, Commander. As Xiaolin finished speaking, a 3-dimensional image of the base appeared on the screen. The base only has 3 underground floors, but in the 3-dimensional image, the surroundings of each floor and below the 3rd floor show that they can be expanded. Can the bee ant robots expand the base? Dongfang Chen asked curiously. Yes, Commander. The first generation of bee ant robots is just a bit inefficient and bulky. But it already has most of the functions, including excavation, collection, construction, transformation, etc. You can think of it as an ant, but it has many advantages that ants do not have. For example, it can work 24 hours a day and does not need to hibernate in winter. It's amazing. I didn't expect such a small robot to be able to accomplish so many things. Dongfang Chen exclaimed. Actually, the ability of a single bee ant is very limited, almost negligible. But when thousands of bee ants gather together, they can complete unexpected tasks. Xiaolin explained. That's true. Let's choose the 4th underground floor. Dongfang Chen said. Commander, the queen bee has not yet built a nest. Should we place the hive next to the power generation room? What's your suggestion? Dongfang Chen didn't have a good idea either. It would be right to listen to Xiaolin's suggestion in this regard. I suggest you place the hive on the 4th underground floor and the power generation room on the 5th underground floor. It is safer to isolate the power generation room from other areas. Xiaolin replied. Okay, let's do as you say. Dongfang Chen said. Okay, Commander. 2nd floor office area of the underground base. Almost everyone in the base gathered here, and everyone was waiting anxiously for Dongfang Chen. Captain, what does the boss mean now? Should we leave? Ruan Xinghua asked. Brother Zhang did not answer. Now, we are the only people left in the entire West District. The power has been cut off 3 times today. Maybe in a few days, we will have a complete power outage. Once the base loses power, there will be no ventilation and lighting, and it will be really impossible to stay here. Tong Li said. Brother Zhang still didn't say anything. There is also a problem. Although the supplies we have stored can last for a long time, we are still just sitting and eating. Once the supplies are used up, the only thing waiting for us is death. A doctor said. Everyone was talking at once, and they were all full of worries about the future. Don't worry, Brother Dongfang will definitely have a solution. Luo Er said unhappily. Brother Shen Vengong quickly pulled his sister Luo Er, signaling her not to speak. What's wrong? The atmosphere is very depressing. Dongfang Chen walked over slowly, noticed that the atmosphere was not right, and said generously. Everyone consciously made way, and Dongfang Chen walked to the middle. No one spoke, and everyone looked at him quietly. Everyone, find a place to sit down. Let's have a good chat today. Seeing the current situation, he knew that he had to unify his thoughts. During this period of time, he had been avoiding it somewhat. Because in his heart, he was not ready to bear this, the weight of life. The future of everyone is pinned on him. This made him very uncomfortable. However, he must bear it, even if he doesn't want to. In order to survive himself, and to let those who follow him survive. Hearing Dongfang Chen's words, everyone consciously found a place to sit down. I know that everyone has been very anxious during this period of time. There is no one left in the West District, and the entire Binjiang city is estimated to be completely evacuated in the next 2 days. We have fallen into a completely isolated situation. But what I want to say is that this is just the beginning. Speaking of this, Dongfang Chen paused, looked at everyone, and continued. Soon, maybe half a year, maybe a year. Most of the cities in the country will become ghost towns. Everyone was shocked and suspicious, and everyone looked at each other. Don't be surprised, don't be suspicious, this is absolutely true. Dongfang Chen said affirmatively. Boss, I think your point of view is too pessimistic. How many major epidemics have broken out from ancient times to the present, and which time has not humanity won? I think this time is no exception. A doctor said. Do you think it was really humanity that won? Dongfang Chen asked slyly, meaning think again. Isn't it? The doctor asked back. I don't think so. Dongfang Chen replied. Isn't it? The doctor was puzzled. Yes, it is not. I think that in the struggle between humans and viruses, in fact, in most cases, a symbiosis is eventually formed. Maybe we have found some way to resist the virus, but it only accelerates the end of the epidemic and reduces deaths. We are not the lucky ones. The collective wisdom built by the joint efforts and civilization of all mankind can only allow us to find a little bit of living space, and such space may not always exist. So the victory you mentioned, in my opinion, is just winning some living space. Dongfang Chen said. What you are talking about is a bit far away. What we are most concerned about now is where to go. Another doctor interrupted. Dongfang Chen's expression turned cold. He said. Let's have a show of hands. If anyone wants to leave here and go to the emergency shelter, then I will allocate you some equipment and supplies and send you away. For those who want to stay here, I hope that everyone can unite as one and take care of each other from now on. Let's start. Please raise your hand if you want to stay. Dongfang Chen said. Xiao Chen, does that mean we are not leaving? Brother Zhang asked. Brother Zhang, I definitely won't leave. Dongfang Chen said. Okay, then I won't leave either. Brother Zhang raised his hand. As Brother Zhang raised his hand, Brother Zhang's comrades also raised their hands. Then, the family members also raised their hands. Niu Xingguang's wife was already familiar with everyone. And Niu Xingguang had told her before he left, don't go anywhere, don't trust anyone except Dongfang Chen. So Mrs. Niu also raised her hand. Shen Mialuo and Shen Vengong, the brother and sister, looked at each other after hearing that Dongfang Chen was not leaving, and also raised their hands. Finally, there were the few doctors and nurses, and their opinions were not very unified. Chapter 21. Several older individuals didn't raise their hands, but 2 younger nurses and a young doctor did. It seemed the biggest disagreement lay with those few doctors. This was understandable. They had family, friends, and colleagues, so naturally they wanted to return as soon as possible. But the 3 young people wanting to stay was beyond Dongfang Chen's expectations. All right, Brother Zhang, please arrange for enough water and food for the doctors, and find some weapons and equipment for self-defense to send them off. Dongfang Chen instructed Brother Zhang beside him. Brother Zhang glared at them and said unhappily. Doctors, this way, please. The doctors didn't say much, exchanged glances, and turned to leave. The remaining 3 young doctors and nurses lowered their heads, not daring to speak. After they left, Dongfang Chen continued, now that everyone has chosen to stay here, I'll let you in on a secret, don't worry about the electricity problem. We'll soon have our own power generation room. Once the power generation room is built, the base will no longer experience power outages. Dongfang Chen dropped a bombshell, stunning everyone. What was going on? They hadn't heard anything about it. They hadn't seen anything? Who was sent to build it? Everyone was here. People looked at each other, eyes wide with surprise. Don't be surprised. Not only the electricity problem, but also the problems of supplies and equipment will be solved step by step, and it won't take too long. Everyone here is on our side, and I don't think I need to explain too much, you'll all believe me. Brother Ling, do you believe me? Dongfang Chen looked at Brother Ling and asked. I naturally believe what the boss says, Brother Ling replied. What about Brother Shen? Brother Shen was Shen Vengong, Luo Er's older brother. I believe what the boss says too. Brother Shen said without hesitation. Luo Er happily looked at her brother, very satisfied with his answer. This question was actually a test. A test of everyone's thoughts and choices at this crucial crossroads. Dongfang Chen was very satisfied with this kind of answer. Only then would Dongfang Chen feel comfortable gradually revealing more unknown secrets to everyone. And by explaining the necessary things that everyone cared about, he could prevent people from speculating in private and affecting unity. Having been in the underground base for so long, I haven't arranged any specific work for everyone. The reason is simple, because it's not necessary. We don't lack supplies in the short term, so there's no need to send everyone out to take risks. In the long run, our base has the ability to produce various supplies ourselves and won't lack anything. Many people may not believe it, and I won't explain it, just wait and see. The crowd didn't speak, some were silent, and some nodded in agreement. Those who nodded were all his die-hard fans. These things don't require everyone to do, I have other ways to solve them. This base isn't as simple as it looks, and everyone will slowly find out in the future. And what we need to do is improve our combat power. The future situation is complex and severe, and only by having sufficient combat power can we protect our place of refuge, and only then will we have the ability to defeat the virus and defeat the zombies. Dongfang Chen spoke decisively, and the several military veterans listened with surging hearts. That's right, what's the point of holing up here every day? To survive, of course, you have to fight. Of course, relying on our current strength alone, we don't have the basic conditions for combat, and even self-preservation is difficult. I think you've all seen it in the news that zombies are very difficult to kill. And in the process of combat, human casualties are also very huge. Why? Because our equipment is too poor, because our resistance is too poor. Hearing this, the military veterans frowned again. Yes, if you're injured by a zombie, you'll be infected. In this regard, human life is as fragile as a piece of tofu, an egg. This was completely different from their previous combat methods. In the past, a cut on the hand wouldn't even be considered an injury. But now, a scratch would be the end. However, please believe me. The problem of equipment and weapons can be solved soon. Dongfang Chen promised. Boss, are you saying that the weapon problem can also be solved? Ling Zhenhai heard the key point. Yes, it can be solved, Dongfang Chen replied. What kind of weapons? Brother Ling continued to ask. Perhaps it was the instinct of a soldier, a natural sensitivity to combat and weapons. This was different from being in the army before. After retiring, they had no chance to get weapons again. This was also the most discussed topic during this time. Without guns, they had to fight hand to hand, which was really troublesome for dealing with zombies. It certainly won't be broadswords and axes, Dongfang Chen revealed a expression. This, could it be, guns? Brother Ling was still not at ease and asked directly. You'll know when the time comes, Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. Although Dongfang Chen didn't answer directly, everyone could understand that expression. Everyone's eyes revealed eager anticipation and a strong desire to fight. If it were in the past, who would dare to say they wanted to make guns? Now it was different, you needed guns to survive. Look at how happy you are, this is nothing. To reassure everyone, I have another bombshell here, do you want to hear it? Dongfang Chen asked with a smile. What bombshell? Brother Zhang, who had just come in from outside, happened to hear this and asked loudly. Brother Zhang, you've come at the right time, come, have a seat. Today, I'll talk to everyone about it. I'll also let everyone know in which direction our base will develop in the future. Dongfang Chen pointed to the seat and replied. Okay, I've been wanting to hear this. To be honest, this time has really stifled me. I wanted to know, but I didn't dare to ask. Brother Zhang sat down and said casually. When everyone heard this, they laughed. The atmosphere immediately became relaxed. Alright, let's start with the first point. Shen Mialuo, stand up. Dongfang Chen said loudly. Here. Luo Er, hearing Dongfang Chen call her name, hurriedly stood up and responded. Let me formally introduce everyone, Shen Mialuo. Dongfang Chen stood up, extended his hand, and introduced her solemnly. People looked at each other. Luo Er, we all know her, do you still need to introduce her? Is this considered a bombshell? I'm afraid the boss has some misunderstanding about the word bombshell. Dongfang Chen also deliberately paused, the purpose being to get everyone to focus. Yes. Shen Mialuo, she represents our hope of defeating the zombies. Dongfang Chen said. People looked at each other, not knowing what Dongfang Chen meant. A little girl, defeat the zombies? Are you kidding me? Don't understand, right? Then listen carefully, Shen Mialuo, Luo Er, is the first human mutant I know of, and also the only mutant currently known. But I believe that more and more mutants will appear soon. Dongfang Chen continued. Mutant? What's that? People asked each other in low voices, no one knew. Luo Er stood there, a little excited, her hands and feet trembling uncontrollably, and her eyes a little red. In the past, her brother took care of her, but she didn't expect that today it would be the other way around, she was actually the hope of defeating the zombies. So excited, so honored. And her brother's eyes were also a little moist, reaching out to grab his sister's hand, giving her encouragement and strength. Boss, what is a mutant? Brother Zhang asked. Today is the time to let everyone know. The so-called mutant, as the name suggests, is someone who has mutated after being infected with the virus. As everyone knows, Luo Er was already infected with the virus before coming to the base. Everyone has always thought she was an asymptomatic carrier. But strictly speaking, she is not asymptomatic, but was indeed infected. It's just that after being infected, her own genes combined with the virus RNA, and after the combination, the functions of her body were strengthened. The crowd listened in a daze, seeming to understand but not quite. There was no way around it, most of the people present were poorly educated. Chapter 22. Alright. Seeing that everyone didn't react, Dongfang Chen helplessly shook his head and had no choice but to get to the point. He said. Come, Luo Er, show everyone. Luo Er nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a pen on the table seemed to be drawn by some force, directly suspended in the air, quietly staying in mid-air. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Damn! What's going on? Special ability? Everyone stood up, staring at the pen. Some people stretched out their hands and waved them under the pen, and waved them above the pen. There was no support, no rope, nothing, the pen was just floating there strangely. He called it, mental control ability. This was also discovered by Luo'er under the guidance of Dongfang Chen during this period. The abilities of mutants can only be discovered by themselves, and others can't help. There was no way, only they themselves knew their own situation best. After a while, Luo'er felt a little dizzy and stopped controlling it, and the pen instantly fell to the table. Everyone did not recover from the shock for a long time, completely ignoring that Luo'er only persisted for such a short time. Dongfang Chen didn't continue to speak, letting everyone continue to digest it. Even Dongfang Chen was envious of this ability. It's no exaggeration to say that the future battles with zombies will belong to mutants. The role that we ordinary people can play in battle is extremely limited. We have guns and cannons, and we can still fight. Ling Zhenhai said unconvinced. Brother Ling, think about what those zombies are. Dongfang Chen asked. Brother Ling was stunned, not knowing what Dongfang Chen meant. Zombies are the product of human infection with the virus. To put it bluntly, the battle with zombies is essentially a battle between people, which is a burden of life that we cannot bear. This does not include other biological types of zombies. Letting ordinary soldiers with no resistance fight will result in more and more people being infected and turning into zombies. The enemy will fight more and more, and we will fight less and less. Even if the zombies are finally eliminated, how many survivors will there be? Dongfang Chen patted Ling Zhenhai on the shoulder and said. But Brother Ling, don't worry, and everyone, don't worry. There will be times when everyone will be on the battlefield, but not now. This is also another big news I brought to you today. At this point, everyone put away their lost expressions and looked up at Dongfang Chen. It won't be long before we have our own research and development center. After the research and development center is established, it will give priority to the research and development of antigen drugs. As long as the antigen drug is injected, not only can the virus infection be avoided, but it will also become a mutant 100%. Really? Brother Zhang stood up abruptly. All of Brother Zhang's comrades and Luo'er's brother, Shen Vengong, also stood up almost at the same time. If this was true, what would they have to fear? Everyone, don't worry, this is part of the base's future plan. Dongfang Chen asked everyone to sit down and continued. The road ahead is still long, and there are still many difficulties waiting for us. I revealed so much news today just to give everyone a reassurance. I hope everyone understands that we are hiding here not to passively wait for death, but to preserve our strength and slowly accumulate power. Yes, boss. Everyone stood up and answered in unison. The content that Dongfang Chen revealed to everyone today was indeed very informative. And many things were unbelievable and difficult to understand. Except for Luo'er becoming a mutant, because she demonstrated her abilities on the spot, everyone barely accepted it. It was unrealistic for everyone to completely believe other things. However, at least it achieved the purpose of unifying thoughts. That was enough. As long as the real things were put out, then all of everyone's doubts would naturally be dispelled. The four people who left the underground base walked west along the outer ring road, which was a main road out of Binjiang City. Chu Shi, how many kilometers is it from here to Qinghe Ridge? The person walking behind asked. Brother Deng, it's about 50 kilometers, Chu Shi, who was walking in front, replied. 50 kilometers, it will take us at least 14 hours to walk. We won't arrive until the second half of the night, Deng Wen said. Yes. It is said that zombies will run around at night, and it is very dangerous to travel at night, Chu Shi said. What should we do then? Another person asked. Director Shuet, don't worry, let's walk forward and see if the road conditions ahead will be better. If the front is clear, we will find a car, and it will be there soon if we drive, Chu Shi replied. Alas, I hope so, Director Shui replied dejectedly. It was too hot, and he was already a little exhausted after walking for so long. Help! Is anyone there? Help! Suddenly, they heard a woman's cry for help. The few people didn't think much and ran forward. They saw a scantily clad, sexy girl tied to the roadside guardrail with her hands behind her back. When the girl saw someone running over, she hurriedly shouted. Big brothers, please be kind and save me. Her voice was extremely delicate, coupled with a pitiful expression. The eyes of the few people who saw this scene straightened, and they swallowed saliva in unison. Seeing the few people stunned there, the woman chuckled. She straightened up, took off the rope, crossed her arms, and stood there quietly watching. What's the situation? The few people were stunned. Damn, we've been tricked. At this time, the few people reacted. Without the lustful eyes just now they all looked terrified, and the few people slowly retreated. But after retreating a few steps, someone pressed against their waists from behind. In this way, the few people were captured. An isolated small courtyard in the suburbs. Big sister, spare my life. A man pleaded for mercy. Some people are just so blind, they deserve to be unlucky. The beauty said indifferently, and signaled to the younger brother beside her. The younger brother pulled out his knife, dragged the pleading man by the collar and walked out. Seeing that the beauty was called Big Sister, he would die for nothing. The remaining 3 people shivered, and Shui Miaoshuang, the oldest director Shui, peed his pants directly. The beautiful boss disgustedly covered her nose, frowned and asked. Tell me, who are you? Where did you come from? We are doctors, from Binjiang Park, Deng Wen replied. Shui Miaoshuang and Deng Shi also nodded hurriedly. Doctors? Binjiang Park. The beautiful boss didn't believe it. Residents had withdrawn from Zikan district a long time ago. It was usually difficult to see a single person here. How could a few cowards have the ability to survive there for so long? Yes, yes, yes. Deng Wen hurriedly replied. You don't want to live anymore, do you? Are you trying to fool me with this kind of nonsense? Even if Binjiang Park is relatively empty, you don't have the ability to survive until now, the beautiful boss threatened. What the boss said is right, how can we have this ability? But someone has this ability, Deng Wen continued. Immediately, the 3 people told the beautiful boss everything they saw and heard in the base. And the more the beautiful boss listened, the more surprised she became. There was such a place in Zikan district? More than half an hour later. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will spare your lives. Stay here with us in the future, see a doctor for everyone, bandage wounds, etc., the beautiful boss said. Okay, okay. The few people were about to cry, but they had to put on a smile and agreed. They regretted it so much. They didn't want the days of eating and drinking in the base, and ran here to be a younger brother, and they had to be beaten. Sister Yan, can we believe what these people said? After the few people were taken down, a younger brother walked over and asked. The beautiful boss Yan Fang lost her charming aura from before, frowned and thought for a while, and said. It sounds a bit mysterious, but what the few people said was not bad at all, and it doesn't sound fake. Then why don't we go there and take over the base? The younger brother asked. The beautiful boss Yan Fang glanced at him and scolded. Are you out of your mind? Don't you think, how could the behind-the-scenes boss be an ordinary person if they could build such a large underground base and store so many supplies before the virus outbreak? Chapter 23. The little brother said disdainfully. It's just a young kid and a bunch of old men and women, right? The old are old, and the young are young, what do we have to be afraid of? Are you stupid? Why do you believe everything people say? Yan Fang rubbed her head and replied speechlessly. Hey? Does boss mean that what they said might not be true? The little brother asked. The truth is definitely true, but we don't know if there's any exaggeration, Yan Fang replied. The little brother seemed to understand. Yan Fang was worried about how to explore the base. According to what they said, the people in the base don't come out at all. It's possible to get in, but once you get in, you'll be quarantined for 15 days, and it's hard to get out. If we send people to attack by force, the 10-meter-high walls make it impossible to break in. Yan Fang couldn't think of a better way for a while. Damn! Lu Qing, you're not dead. After the 3 of them retreated, they were locked in a room. Unexpectedly, Lu Qing, who had just been dragged out by the beautiful boss, was not dead. Of course I'm not dead. Deng Wen, were you hoping I would die? Lu Qing, who had escaped death, relapsed into his smart aleck ways. What are you talking about? How could that be? At that time, we thought you were dragged out, and it must be a bad situation, so we were worried about you. Deng Wen said. Get over it. You were almost scared to death, right? Worried about me? Have you no shame? Lu Qing continued to retort. All right, all right. We are all our own people, stop arguing. Director Shui stopped them. Lu Qing glared at Deng Wen and stopped talking. Suddenly, he saw that Director Shui's crotch was wet and asked. Director Shui, did you wet your pants? You. Director Shui instantly regretted it. Why did I try to mediate? I shouldn't have. This kind of smart aleck should be beaten to death. Damn it, how could this kind of person not die just now? It's outrageous. Director Shui snorted unhappily and ignored him. He found a place for himself and sat down to rest. What's wrong with Director Shui? Lu Qing asked, looking at Deng Shi. Deng Shi gave him a contemptuous look, didn't say anything, and went to find a place to rest. Midnight. Everyone was asleep. The nights in October were already a bit chilly. Accompanied by the rustling of leaves, it seemed that a large number of objects were gathering towards this isolated small courtyard from all directions. Sister Yan, wake up! We're in big trouble. A younger brother walked to the door of Yan Fang's room, gently knocked on the door and called out. They quickly opened the door, and Yan Fang, dressed scantily, walked out of the room and asked. What's the situation? Sister Yan, a large number of zombies are approaching us. It is estimated that the zombies sensed the smell we left during the day, the younger brother replied. About how many are there? So many, you can't even count them. The younger brother swallowed and replied. Then we can only break through. Go wake everyone up, let's drive away quickly. Yan Fang quickly made up her mind. Including the 4 doctors who had just been captured during the day, they were only 11 people in total. The zombies were still far away from the small courtyard. The group split into 2 cars and quickly drove westward. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, the zombies had disappeared. The group got out of the car, leaned against the front of the car with their tired bodies, watching the sunrise, feeling a little lost. It wasn't until the sunlight slowly became stronger that Yan Fang gathered everyone and said. Brothers, it's not a solution for us to keep hiding like this every day. In the past, we had no choice, in order to survive here. But now it's different, we have received reliable news. There is an underground base in Binjiang Park, with 10-meter-high walls for protection, so zombies can't get in at all. There are countless supplies in the fortress, and there are also many people. I thought about it all night and felt that it was impossible for us to break in with just a few people. But I have another idea, which is to join them. Everyone looked at each other, feeling unbelievable. No, beautiful boss. Why don't we go to the King He shelter? It's only about 50 kilometers away from the King He shelter, and we can get there in an hour or so by car. Why do we have to join that underground base? Lu Qing's smart aleck ways started again. Who do you think you are? Do you even have the right to speak? The other 3 just watched him quietly, neither mocking nor encouraging, with no expression. But everyone also realized that the beautiful boss was aloof and sexy, but not bloodthirsty. Otherwise, Lu Qing would have died several times. So they were not so worried about speaking. Yan Fang ignored him and looked at his brothers, continuing to say. What do you guys think? Sister Yan. Your opinion is our opinion. Wherever you go, we will go. A man stood up and said loudly. Okay, it's settled then. Hazi, leave that car for these doctors. We'll take this car, Sister Yan ordered. Okay, Sister Yan. Hazi replied. Hazi was the younger brother who followed Sister Yan to interrogate the doctors today. The 4 doctors were stunned, were they going to be released? Deng Wen looked at the car key that Hazi put in his hand, and was stunned for a long time. By the time the few people reacted, Yan Fang and the others had already driven away. King He Emergency Shelter. Director Shui, you came back at the right time. We have few doctors here, and we are short of manpower, a middle-aged female doctor said happily. Dr. Ding, do you know which leader is in charge of King He? I have important information to report, Dr. Shui replied. Inside the command center, a white-haired man in his 50s said. Dr. Shui, I roughly understand the situation you reported. If necessary, I will send someone over to communicate. But for now, I think we should focus on treating the disaster victims and eliminating the zombies. As for the others, you can see that there are not enough people at the moment, so let's postpone it for now. Group leader Liao is right, Shui Miaoshuang replied. Binjiang Park Underground Base. Quarantine area. Are you Dongfang Chen? Yan Fangfang asked. Yes. Do you know me? Dongfang Chen asked. I heard about you. But you're a bit more handsome than I expected, Yan Fangfang said with a charming smile. Oh? I guess you heard it from the doctors. Dongfang Chen said with a chuckle, not affected by her flattery. Looks like you're very smart, Yan Fangfang said with a slight surprise, admiringly. There are many more advantages that you will slowly discover, Dongfang Chen shamelessly boasted. We'll wait and see, Yan Fangfang smiled gracefully. Then you guys can rest here. Someone will let you out after the quarantine is over. After saying that, Dongfang Chen turned around and was about to leave. Aren't you going to ask how the doctors are doing? Yan Fangfang asked. Oh? Then what did you do to them? Dongfang Chen asked cooperatively. Haha. I killed them all, Yan Fangfang replied with a smile. It was hard to tell if it was true or false. Is that so? Then should I thank you? Dongfang Chen also smiled slyly, turned around and left. In fact, Xiaolin had already told him after the doctors arrived at the Qinghe shelter. So Yan Fangfang's lies did not have any effect on Dongfang Chen. Interesting. Looking at Dongfang Chen's leaving back, Yan Fangfang muttered to herself thoughtfully. In the blink of an eye, 2 months have passed. So far, the virus has been breaking out for 5 months. The arrival of winter has caused the spread of the virus within China to show obvious north-south polarization. The winter in the north is cold and dry, and the disappearance of mosquitoes has greatly slowed down the spread of the virus. Official teams have begun to counterattack the city with powerful firepower. Due to the lack of supplies, people have also had to spontaneously form many expeditions, wandering the streets and alleys of the city. The situation in the south is completely different. Many emergency shelters around the city are constantly shrinking in size due to continuous zombie attacks and high infection rates, until they disappear. The survivors have to choose to move north, leading to most areas in the south becoming human-restricted areas. Binjiang City is located on the southeast coast, and even in the winter of December, the outdoor temperature remains at around 15 degrees Celsius. Only one of the 6 emergency shelters around the city remains today. Chapter 24. Emergency Announcement. Emergency Announcement. All members of the guard team, please assemble at the training ground within 5 minutes. The sudden broadcast in the underground base attracted everyone's attention. In the second-floor training area, dozens of people were divided into 2 teams, standing exceptionally straight. The first team's leader was Zhang Ji, Zhang Yuankui, whose team members were all Zhang Ji's comrades, totaling 24 people. The second team's leader was Shen Wengang, who was also Luo Er's older brother. The team members were those who had joined the base successively during this period, both men and women, so the team didn't look very uniform. However, after daily military training, everyone looked energetic. Zhang Yuankui also served as the captain of the guard team. Everyone was uniformly dressed in desert camouflage, which had been purchased before the virus outbreak. Dongfang Chen stood in front, with his hands behind his back, facing everyone. Attention, stand at ease. Report, boss. The guard team should have 50 members, and 50 are present. Report complete. Zhang Yuankui reported loudly. Okay, stand at ease. Dongfang Chen replied. Yes. Zhang Yuankui responded loudly. Comrades, after several months of development, our base has completely achieved self-sufficiency. Although the variety is still relatively small, it can fully meet our daily needs. So, starting from today, we can be considered to have officially embarked on the road to development. Now, I will first give everyone a basic explanation of the current situation of the base. First is food. Currently, we have built and put into production a total of 12 food production warehouses, including 7 wheat production warehouses, 2 potato production warehouses, 2 cabbage production warehouses, and 1 pig breeding warehouse. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. What production warehouses? Where did the production warehouses come from? However, after such a long period of military training, no one made any violations. Although they had indeed eaten fresh cabbage not long ago, everyone thought it was transported in from outside. They didn't expect it to be produced in the base. I have been telling everyone that in the near future, we can achieve self-sufficiency, but I guess everyone doesn't have a concept of it. Later, I will lead everyone to visit the production warehouses, but there are 3 rules. The production warehouses are a sterile environment and fully automated. So, everyone can only look outside and cannot enter. Although there are few varieties, please bear with it. We will continue to expand the varieties. This was not just bearing with it. You should know that outside, in most emergency shelters, where can you still see fresh vegetables and pork? This was too fortunate. Everyone present was excited and breathing heavily. Secondly, is equipment. Zhang Ji, bring a sample over. Dongfang Chen said to Zhang Ji in front of him. Yes. Zhang Ji responded, quickly ran to a few large boxes next to him, and casually took a piece of black clothing that looked like thermal underwear and ran back. Dongfang Chen took the clothes, raised them up and showed them to everyone, saying, "This kind of clothing is the first generation of combat uniforms we developed ourselves. I named it Guardian 1. Its main functions are 2, warmth and protection. First, let's talk about warmth. It is different from our traditional sense of warmth. The traditional sense of warmth is actually cold protection, but the warmth I'm talking about is both cold protection and heat protection. That is to say, whether you are in the freezing cold or in a raging fire, this clothing can prevent you from being harmed." Everyone's eyes were glued to the clothing. They had to get one, no matter what the conditions. Next, let's talk about protection. This is easier to understand, similar to a bulletproof vest, anti-cut and anti-puncture. With the protection of this clothing, everyone can fight zombies with confidence and boldness. Dongfang Chen smiled slightly. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Dongfang Chen continued. "Don't worry, everyone. You can pick them up from Zhang Ji later. Each member of the guard team can receive a set. Of course, it's definitely not enough to have clothes without weapons. Next, I will show you the first generation laser gun we developed ourselves, also named Guardian 1. Dongfang Chen took out a weapon from the rectangular box behind him. It looked like a rifle, but it was much fatter than a rifle. Guardian 1 laser gun weighs 12.8 kilograms, and is 163.5 centimeters long. When the trigger is pulled, it can instantly emit a beam of high-energy laser light, causing instant burning damage to the target. The maximum temperature of the beam reaches 1200 degrees. While Dongfang Chen was talking, he picked up the gun, turned off the safety, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Immediately following a chirp sound, a beam of blue laser light shot out from the muzzle. In an instant of flashing, a piece of pork that had been placed in advance in the distance had a large hole burn through it. The sizzling sound, along with a burnt smell, emanated from the meat. Everyone's eyes widened. Good heavens, a laser weapon! This was only seen in science fiction movies. However, this weapon also has great flaws. First, the temperature is not high, and the destructive power is limited. It can only eliminate Tier 1 zombies. Second, it cannot cause obvious damage to targets with high melting points, fast heat dissipation, and easy reflection, such as metal and glass. And remember, do not shoot at the mirror. Third, the gun's magazine is a special energy rod. Each magazine can perform up to 60 bursts or 10 seconds of continuous shooting. Report, boss. Ruan Xinghua stepped out of the line and shouted. Speak. Dongfang Chen responded. Boss, I want to ask, what do you mean by Tier 1 zombies? This will be explained later, Dongfang Chen replied. Yes. Boss, I have another question, Ruan Xinghua continued to ask. Ask away. Dongfang Chen said with a smile. Boss, I want to know whether this gun is more powerful, or the combat uniform that was just shown is more powerful, Ruan Xinghua asked shamelessly. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't hold back and laughed, bending over. You are courting death in a fancy way. You are asking the boss whether the spear he took out is sharper or the shield is stronger. Are you afraid you won't die fast enough? Everyone, do 100 push-ups, start. Dongfang Chen shouted loudly and gave the order. Everyone immediately stopped laughing, and started doing push-ups on the ground. And you? Dongfang Chen looked at Ruan Xinghua and said. Ah, boss, I can't do it. Ruan Xing pointed to his empty left sleeve. Do it with one hand. Dongfang Chen glared at him and said. Yes. Ruan Xinghua said helplessly. 100 push-ups were nothing to everyone. They did them every day. Discipline is the foundation of survival. Everyone must remember this. No matter what the situation is, what happens, if there is a problem, report first and then speak. Next time you make a similar mistake, the penalty will be doubled. Dongfang Chen said sternly. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Good. I will answer the question mentioned by Brother Ruan just now. Our Guardian 1 combat uniform can withstand a high temperature of 1500 degrees without melting, and can provide complete heat insulation within a range of 1000 degrees. The peak temperature of the laser is around 1200 degrees, so the Type 1 laser gun cannot penetrate the combat uniform, but it may cause slight burns to the human body. Next, let's look at the third piece of equipment, the first-generation micro-implantable bone microphone. As Dongfang Chen spoke, he took out a small box the size of a button from his pocket. It was only a bit bigger than a fingernail in his hand. Because it is too small, it is not convenient to display. I will mainly talk about its functions. This is a miniature communicator, similar to a walkie-talkie. This kind of bone microphone cannot be worn independently and requires auxiliary equipment to be implanted into the ear canal. If you want to remove it, there are two methods. One is to remove it non-destructively with auxiliary equipment. The other is to damage the ear canal, and there is a certain chance that it can be removed. The second method is not recommended. After the bone microphone is implanted and activated, it can communicate through satellites, and the signal strength is much stronger than the mobile phone signal we used to use. The volume of the bone microphone needs to be adjusted with auxiliary equipment after implantation and cannot be set directly. That's all for the equipment introduction. Next is today's focus, which is also the core secret of our base. Dongfang Chen paused, glanced at everyone seriously, then looked at Zhang Ji and said, Zhang Ji, bring it out. Zhang Yuanqui nodded, walked behind Dongfang Chen, and opened a combination lockbox. He took out a cylinder with metal on both ends and glass in the middle. From a distance, you could see that it was filled with transparent liquid. Chapter 25. The cylinder was about 10 centimeters long and 1 centimeter thick. Dongfang Chen took the cylinder, pinched both ends with his thumb and middle finger, raised his hand, and showed it to everyone. This is a revolutionary product, unique in the world. From this moment on, it is the top secret of our base. Under no circumstances do I want anyone to leak it out. I think some people have already guessed what it is. That's right, I once revealed to you that we have been secretly researching a gene agent that can help ordinary people evolve into mutants. Now, this agent has been successfully researched. The full name of this agent in my hand is SPDV1 type neurotrophic virus antigen serum injection, abbreviated as antigen serum. As the name suggests, once this antigen serum is injected, the human body will produce antibodies that can immunize against the SPDV1 type neurotrophic virus. And it will 100% cause mutation and become a mutant. But as for what kind of ability you will gain after the mutation, it cannot be determined. This is related to your own genes. Everyone's situation is different, and the abilities they obtain vary widely. By now, everyone could no longer suppress their excitement. 50 pairs of fiery eyes were all staring intently at the hand Dongfang Chen held high. However, let me say the ugly things first. The RNA component in the gene agent will combine with the DNA in the cells. Strictly speaking, after injecting the agent, whether or not you still belong to the category of human beings, I cannot judge. Dongfang Chen said helplessly. This can be considered a problem, but it's also not a problem. In a greater sense, this problem belongs to the realm of philosophy and ethics. If a person has undergone genetic modification, do they still belong to the human race? If you say they don't belong, then in fact, during the evolutionary process, RNA is constantly adjusting the DNA sequence to adapt to new environments. It can be seen that nature is constantly modifying human genes every moment. If you say they do belong, then from the moment your genes are modified, you have essentially become a different person. It's possible that you might grow an extra eye, ear, arm, or tail. At that time, would you still be considered a true, traditional human being? Decide for yourselves whether or not to inject. I'll give you all a day to consider. Finally, let me explain to you what a Tier 1 zombie is. Everyone knows that after a person is infected with the virus, they will zombify and become a zombie. But what you don't know is that zombies can also evolve. They inherently possess the characteristic of devouring. When they devour other zombies or absorb certain specific energies, they may advance and become Tier 2 zombies, or even higher tier zombies. The same is true for us human mutants. The ability after mutation will advance with the accumulation of energy and become a higher tier mutant. So becoming a mutant is not the end, it is only the beginning. Okay. Everyone, attention. With a rustle, everyone moved in unison and stood at attention. Dismissed. Dongfang Chen ordered. As soon as the order to dismiss was issued, a group of people quickly surrounded him. Boss, what did you mean just now when you said that after injecting the agent, we wouldn't belong to humans anymore? Boss, how can we improve the abilities of mutants? Boss, when are we going to kill zombies? Boss, when are we going to visit? Boss. A group of people asked questions non-stop. Alright, let's do this, everyone can go ask Captain Zhang if they have any questions. After lunch in a while, I'll lead you all to visit the production warehouse, Dongfang Chen shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded Captain Zhang again. In the afternoon, everyone finished lunch and came to the training ground to wait. Unlike in the morning, everyone was wearing new equipment, except for the headgear. One reason was that it wasn't necessary, and the other was that wearing the headgear would make them look like a group of terrorists from a distance. Also, the new equipment looked like tight-fitting suits, and everyone felt a little embarrassed to wear them out, so they put on camouflage uniforms on top. After Dongfang Chen arrived, he led everyone down to the 4th basement level. In fact, the production warehouse was on the 6th basement level, but the sign said 4th basement level. This was because the original 4th and 5th basement levels were not open to everyone. They housed the power generation room and the hive, which were the heart of the entire underground base. Since the queen bee built her nest, all living areas, workshops, and equipment in the base have been under the queen bee's management. The people at the base were actually just going through the motions every day. All planning and construction did not require their participation. They were just simply cleaning and arranging things. From the 3rd basement level to the 4th basement level, the first feeling was that it was deeper than imagined. After turning back and forth on several flights of stairs, they finally reached the 4th basement level. Another feeling was that it was more depressing and colder than above. There were lights everywhere in the passage, so it didn't feel like going down into a mine. After reaching the 4th basement level, there was only a metal door 2 meters high and 4 meters wide in front of them. The door was equipped with a 30-inch LCD screen. Various parameters were constantly flashing on the screen. In the upper left corner was a girl's headshot. No one recognized this girl except Dongfang Chen. That's right, she was Xiaolin. Commander, good afternoon. Welcome to the production warehouse. Wow! How cool! Brother Dongfang, is this artificial intelligence? Luoer said in surprise. Yes, it is, Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. Xiaolin, open the door and let everyone go in and take a look, Dongfang Chen said, looking at the screen. Okay, Commander. After saying that, the door slowly slid open to both sides with a mechanical sound. Dongfang Chen took the lead and walked inside. The members of the guard team followed behind and entered one after another. I don't know when, Yan Fangfang and Shen Miluo started playing together. The two were inseparable, eating and sleeping together. Yan Fangfang was much older than Luoer, and she always let her do as she pleased. However, Luoer's brother, Shen Vengong, was not happy. He was neglected every day and couldn't express his dissatisfaction, so he could only watch helplessly. Yan Fangfang didn't talk much. Luoer talked to her with surprise while walking, and she just smiled and nodded without saying a word. Sister Fangfang, look quickly, there are ants on the petals. What are the ants doing on the petals? Sister Fangfang, look quickly, the pig's poop is actually moving. Are there worms inside? Yan Fangfang was speechless. Everyone shook their heads with a smile as they listened to Luoer's exclamations. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked. They were walking on the aisle in the middle, with floor-to-ceiling glass partitions on both sides. Through the glass partitions, they could clearly see that each room was divided into about 10 meters wide, and as for the depth, it was difficult to estimate, they couldn't see the end at a glance. On the glass in front of each closed compartment, a series of key indicators in the compartment were displayed, including temperature, growth cycle, humidity, estimated yield, and a lot of information that they could understand and couldn't understand. The cabbage, potato, and wheat planting compartments were all layered and used soilless cultivation. There were all kinds of robots, large and small, working in each compartment. These few rooms are wheat planting compartments. The temperature, humidity, and other indicators inside are completely matched with the growth cycle of improved wheat. 3 harvests a year, an average of 1 harvest every 4 months. These 2 are potato planting compartments, and the 2 behind are cabbage planting compartments. What you see here is the pig breeding compartment. There is also a compartment next to it, which is a hatching compartment specifically for pig breeding. How about it, is everyone relieved this time? Dongfang Chen said with a smile. He knew that although everyone trusted him, and he had also produced the results that everyone expected, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, everyone would still have some doubts in their hearts. This time was also a decision Dongfang Chen made after a long time of consideration. People's hearts are the most difficult thing to control. Trust is also conditional. Just drawing a pie without any practical benefits, over time, everyone's thoughts would become complicated, and people's hearts would be scattered. Yan Fangfang's 6 younger brothers slowly approached Yan Fangfang. Luo Er was standing next to Yan Fangfang and didn't notice, but she didn't escape Dongfang Chen's eyes. Since Yan Fangfang brought her younger brothers to the base, she has always behaved very obediently. But it is not difficult to see that the few of them are still a small group and have not integrated into the group. Dongfang Chen can also understand this. Without experiencing hardships and battles, it is not easy for them to integrate. However, it is necessary to be wary of others. Dongfang Chen had Xiaolin monitor what Yan Fangfang and the others were talking about every day. In general, not only are those few people not bad people, but they also have a strong background. It's just that their outward appearance is not like decent people. If they were really bad people, they wouldn't have given the 4 doctors a car to let them leave before deciding to come to the base. In the 2 months at the base, they have been very low-key. One is that the fighting power of the guards is definitely not bad, which is completely inconsistent with the description of the few doctors that they were all old men. The second is Shen Miluo, a cheerful, talkative little girl who is protected by a brother with explosive fighting power. She keeps calling Dongfang Gig all day long, and Yan Fangfang naturally wants to maintain a certain distance and doesn't want this innocent little girl to look down on her. Chapter 26. But now, Yan Fangfang was completely shaken. Everything she had seen with her own eyes had completely subverted her imagination. No matter how knowledgeable she was, as far as she knew, no one had been able to achieve such technology. From a realistic point of view, why bother with a bicycle? Why bother with a bicycle? With such a thick thigh to rely on, everything you eat, drink, and use is arranged for you clearly. Wouldn't it be nice to be a follower and just eat and drink without worry? But could she do that? Yan Fangfang fell into a dilemma. The few underlings were still waiting for Yan Fangfang's stance. Seeing Yan Fangfang's expression, they didn't dare to make a sound. Dongfang Chen saw it all but didn't push the issue. He wanted this effect. All the facts were laid out here, and the decision was up to her. Conversely, he wasn't worried about her causing trouble. With the queen bee watching, even if she was a fly or an ant, she couldn't do anything without permission. After touring the production warehouse, the group returned to the training area. Some were excited, some were calm, and some were thoughtful, whispering in small groups. Everyone, quiet down. Dongfang Chen cleared his throat and said. Everyone stopped their private conversations and quickly lined up. The production warehouse is the foundation of our survival. This is the first and only time I've taken everyone to see it. To minimize the risk of external viruses contaminating the production warehouse, it will be completely closed from now on, and no one will be allowed to enter. At the same time, I hope everyone will abide by the confidentiality regulations and not reveal anything about the base to the outside world. I'm saying this up front, whoever leaks information, I'm sorry, but they will have to leave the base. We won't take them back in the future. Did everyone hear that? Yes, boss. The crowd responded in unison. Next, you have the entire night to consider whether to inject the antigen serum. I respect everyone's choice and will not make it mandatory. Meet here tomorrow morning to prepare for the injection. Brother Zhang and Brother Shen, you two stay behind. The rest of you are dismissed. After Dongfang Chen finished speaking, he announced the dismissal order. The crowd slowly dispersed. Dongfang Chen said to Zhang Yuankui. Brother Zhang, what about you? Have you thought it over? Xiao Chen, I've thought about this question for a long time. To be honest, if you hadn't dragged me into hoarding supplies, I might have been infected already. Compared to being bitten by a zombie, I think this is much better. I don't understand the whole gene thing, but I just think it's the same as a vaccine. Zhang Ji replied frankly. Yes, in essence, it is a vaccine. Dongfang Chen replied. Then that settles it. Let's do it. Brother Zhang stretched out his arm. Dongfang Chen was very touched. A friend in need is a friend indeed. This feeling of being trusted can really give people immense strength. Dongfang Chen wasn't pretentious either. He took out a tube of reagent, removed the protective cap, and injected it directly. Brother Shen, what about you? Dongfang Chen turned to ask Shen Vengong. Of course, I have to do it. Luo is a mutant now and will become stronger and stronger in the future. If I don't become a mutant, will I have to rely on my own sister to protect me in the future? Shen Vengong replied without thinking. Okay, then stretch out your arm. After getting the injection, the two felt no different from getting a regular vaccine. Brother Zhang, Brother Shen, to observe your reaction after injecting the antigen reagent, I'm afraid you'll have to rest here with me tonight. You two, please come with me to the office. Dongfang Chen explained. That's great. Xiao Chen, let me tell you, I've always wanted to visit your office. Brother Zhang said excitedly, leaning closer after hearing Dongfang Chen invite them to the office. Dongfang Chen's office door had been modified by the queen bee. From the outside, it looked like an ordinary door, but it was actually completely locked and very thick. Only when Dongfang Chen arrived would the door open automatically. If anyone else came, even if you used a bomb, trying to break in would be a single word, difficult. Because 10 miniature automatic control robots were placed inside the door, specifically to guard it. The two didn't understand and couldn't see the trick. In short, they just felt that it was classy and more intelligent than the doors they usually saw. The three entered the office, and the lights turned on automatically, but all the electronic screens were off. Both of you, please sit wherever you like. Dongfang Chen sat behind his desk, gesturing for the two to find a place to sit. The two looked around but didn't see anything special. There was just a huge screen on the wall. They had that in their living area too. Anyway, money wasn't an issue, and most places had 100-inch TVs. It was just that here, 6 100-inch TVs were pieced together. Xiao Chen, your office is bare, there's nothing here. Why are you making it so mysterious? Brother Zhang said casually. Xiao Lin, turn on the base projection. Dongfang Chen ignored him and directly gave the order. Before the two could react, the big screen lit up instantly, and blue light flashed in the office. Brother Zhang and Brother Shen quickly stood up and walked to the screen. Good heavens, high technology! Brother Zhang exclaimed, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar structure on the screen. Hey! That's not right, boss, this structure is a bit different from our base. Brother Shen said. Where is it different? Brother Zhang was just watching the excitement, asking curiously. Look, our base currently has 4 underground floors, right? But in this picture, there are clearly 6 floors. Brother Shen said, pointing and counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey! That's right, how come there are 6 floors? Brother Zhang also said. That's why I said our base isn't as simple as it looks on the surface. Dongfang Chen said with a smile, wearing a mysterious expression. The two were puzzled. Didn't you feel the stairs were very long when you went to the production warehouse today? Dongfang Chen didn't hide anything and asked directly. Now that you mention it, it was indeed very long. Could it be? Brother Zhang seemed to realize something. That's right, in fact, there are 2 more floors hidden between the 3rd and 4th floors. I see. Brother Shen said. The two didn't ask what was on the hidden 2 floors. They knew that if Dongfang Chen wanted to say, he would naturally say it. Of course, if he didn't say it, there must be a reason for not saying it. Both of you are the people I trust the most, so it's okay to tell you. Dongfang Chen said, standing up and walking to the screen, pointing to the 4th floor. This floor is the control core of the entire base. Not to mention you, even I can't enter. When it was built, I never intended to let anyone in. In fact, it was the hive built by the queen bee herself, and the queen bee's daily task was to continuously manufacture bee ant robots and control those bee ant robots to complete various tasks in the base. Next, Dongfang Chen pointed to the 5th floor and said. This floor is the power generation room. The entire base's electricity comes from here. The two nodded in understanding. The base had long achieved independent power supply, and everyone knew this. It's just that no one knew where the electricity came from. And now, the two finally knew. Dongfang Chen also had other considerations for letting the two know these things. After all, the two managed two guard teams. Knowing more things would allow them to make more reasonable arrangements in daily affairs. There's one more thing I need to discuss with you too. Dongfang Chen continued. Oh? Xiao Chen, tell us. Brother Zhang said. It's like this. For the past few months, everyone has been training their physical fitness in the base. It's time to adjust. The two listened carefully without speaking. We'll start injecting the antigen serum tomorrow. If nothing unexpected happens, a small number of people may choose not to inject. Those who have been injected with the antigen serum will have immunity and can go out for combat training. And for those who choose not to inject, my idea is to either transfer them to internal affairs. Otherwise, going out would be equivalent to sending them to their deaths. Dongfang Chen said. Damn it! If anyone dares to refuse the injection, I'll skin them alive. Shen Vengong said fiercely upon hearing this. Brother Zhang didn't speak. His group of old brothers would definitely not have such a problem. If there were any, they would have come to him long ago. If there was a problem, it would definitely appear in Shen Vengong's team. There was no way around it, the people in the second team were pieced together. Everyone hadn't fought together, and they all had their own thoughts, making it difficult to unify them. Chapter 27. Damn it! Anyone who dares to refuse the injection, I'll skin them alive. Shen Vengong said fiercely upon hearing this. Brother Shen, there's no need for that. We need people for internal affairs anyway. We can't have the elderly and children doing the work. As I said, let everyone decide for themselves whether or not to get the antigen injection, Dongfang Chen comforted. In reality, he had a good idea of who was willing and who wasn't. Moreover, he was well aware that some people came to the base with their own purposes. However, as long as they didn't pose a threat to the base, he wanted to keep them around, in case they might be useful later. Regarding the matter of combat training, what do you two brothers think? Dongfang Chen continued with the previous topic. I think it's absolutely necessary. My old brothers have been itching for it. They're just eating and doing nothing at the base every day, and everyone's getting impatient. It's just that you've been holding them back, and we don't have suitable weapons and equipment, so everyone has had to wait patiently. Just now, during lunch, those guys were practically urging me to death, asking when they could go out and kill zombies, Brother Zhang said with a wry smile. Brother Shen, what do you think? Dongfang Chen nodded after listening to Brother Zhang and continued to ask Shen Vengong. I agree as well. I have no experience in marching and fighting. But precisely because I have no experience, I feel that we must go out and practice in real combat, otherwise, it's just empty talk. Also, my situation is different from Brother Zhang's. There are all kinds of people in the team. Everyone is used to doing their own thing, and they might even wet their pants on the battlefield. Shen Vengong replied truthfully. Yes, that's right. Without experiencing brutal battles, people will never grow, Dongfang Chen also agreed. Then let's do it this way. After everyone gets the antigen injection tomorrow, we'll rest for a day and observe. If there are no special circumstances, we'll start the day after tomorrow. The two nodded in agreement. Oh. Right, there's one more thing. In a few more days, another batch of antigen serum will be produced. Do you two think we should give it to all the elderly and children in the base? Dongfang Chen continued to ask. What? Give it to everyone? Both of them were shocked. If this kind of antigen medicine were to be known outside, wouldn't people be fighting tooth and nail for it? And now you want to give everyone an injection. Isn't that wasteful? Isn't that wasteful? Can such wastefulness be allowed? But after calming down and thinking about it, there's a reason for giving the injections. Although the base is very safe, viruses are invisible and intangible. It's better to be safe than sorry, getting the injection can save lives. This is what I'm thinking. Once the guards go out to perform tasks, they'll inevitably bring viruses in and out every day. If everyone isn't immune, it'll always be a worry. So, I thought about it later, isn't medicine produced to save lives? What's the point of keeping the medicine if you've already lost your life? Dongfang Chen explained. Little Chen, you're right. I think it's very necessary. What you said about genes and all that, I don't think there's any need to explain it. Just because I get the antigen injection, does that mean I'm no longer Hui Shan's father? Don't you think so? The most important thing is for the family to be safe, Brother Zhang said. Dongfang Chen didn't want to explain either. The matter of gene changes mentioned in the morning was just to give those who didn't want to get the antigen injection a way out. Okay, since everyone has no objections, we'll give everyone an injection in a few days when the medicine is produced, Dongfang Chen said. With the serious business concluded, everyone sat together, drinking tea, and began to chat about everything under the sun. During the chat, they mentioned the current situation outside, which could only be described as miserable. In the north, winter is freezing cold. Temporary settlements don't have heating, and groups of people live in temporary tents, shivering from the cold. Several large power plants have been paralyzed due to various problems such as zombie attacks, coal shortages, personnel losses, and equipment damage. Other problems arising from the electricity problem followed one after another. Large data centers paralyzed, frequent network failures. This has led to less and less information being available through the internet. Perhaps in many unknown places, one tragic event after another is constantly happening. Early the next morning, everyone consciously came to the training area. After a night, everyone must have thought it over clearly. Now listen to my command, those who are unwilling to get the antigen injection, step forward. Dongfang Chen said. Report. Someone shouted. Speak. Dongfang Chen replied. Boss, I want to ask, what will happen if I refuse to get the antigen injection? The man asked. I've said it before, whether or not to get the antigen injection is entirely voluntary. It's just that those who get the antigen injection can go out to perform tasks. Those who don't get it can choose to transfer to internal affairs. Because I don't want to see everyone go out to their deaths, Dongfang Chen explained. Yes, instructor. I choose not to get it. The man took a step forward. Immediately afterward, 3 more people came out. 3 of the 4 were subordinates of Yan Fangfang. What Dongfang Chen found strange was that Yan Fangfang actually chose to get the injection. Strange as it was, Dongfang Chen didn't make any indication. With the help of 2 nurses, it was quick to give dozens of people the injections. Brother Zhang also made other work arrangements for the 4 who refused the injection. Boss. Yan Fangfang said to Dongfang Chen with a strange expression after getting the injection. Yes. Hello, Sister Yan. Is there something you need? Dongfang Chen asked politely. I wonder if it's convenient to talk, Sister Yan asked. Yes. Then let's go to the conference room, Dongfang Chen said. The 2 arrived at the conference room. Sister Yan, please say what's on your mind. Dongfang Chen got straight to the point. Little Chen, is the antigen medicine really developed by you? Yan Fangfang asked. Is she about to reveal her hand? Dongfang Chen frowned slightly. He had always been wary of Yan Fangfang and her group causing trouble. However, he hadn't anticipated that she would reveal her hand. Yan Fangfang wasn't a simple gang leader. Xiaolin had searched for her information on the semi-paralyzed internet, and her background was extraordinary. She was a PhD in neurobiology from Kyoto Medical University and had just obtained her doctoral degree less than 2 years ago. But that wasn't the main thing. Her father, Yan Zhengping, was a member of the National People's Congress and also the commander of the Southwest Military Region. With such a deep background, why would she hide in the village and engage in robbery for no reason? Of course, his base wasn't famous either. Besides the few doctors who had left, not many people knew about it. Therefore, the assumption that Yan Fangfang deliberately infiltrated the base to obtain information couldn't be established. So Dongfang Chen once thought that her purpose here was likely to gain control of the base. After all, her identity was what it was. Therefore, as long as they didn't take any excessive actions, Dongfang Chen didn't want to offend her deliberately and wanted them to back down. But today, from Yan Fangfang agreeing to get the antigen medicine to asking to talk to him, he hadn't anticipated any of it. Does it make a difference whether it is or isn't? Dongfang Chen didn't answer directly. It makes a big difference, Yan Fangfang replied with utmost seriousness. Oh? Then tell me about it, Dongfang Chen threw the question back. If it is, I hope you can contribute the production technology. Impossible. Yan Fangfang was interrupted before she could finish speaking. You. Yan Fangfang glared angrily. All right. Miss Yan. It's impossible to contribute the technology because I don't have this technology. Dongfang Chen didn't want to make the relationship too strained and said a compromise. This was actually true. He didn't have this technology. The space station possessed this technology, and the research and production steps were completed by the Queen Bee controlling the robots. Hearing this, Yan Fangfang's expression softened. Yan Fangfang also felt that it was impossible for Dongfang Chen to have it. He must have the support of a large behind-the-scenes consortium, controlling advanced production rooms like production warehouses that are fully automated and unattended, so that he can continuously obtain products. She was very clever and guessed half of it correctly. He did control a fully automated antigen production line, but it wasn't supported by any consortium. Then can you contact the forces behind you? I hope to have a face-to-face meeting with your superiors, Yan Fangfang continued. Chapter 28. Then, could you contact the force behind you? I hope to have a face-to-face meeting with your superior, Yan Fangfang continued. What do you want to discuss? Dongfang Chen jokingly asked. You. Dongfang Chen, this matter is very important. It concerns the lives and futures of everyone, it's not a game. Seeing Dongfang Chen's dismissive attitude, Yan Fangfang became stern. Oh? Then what do you think I'm doing right now? Dongfang Chen retorted sharply. Yan Fangfang fell silent. Let me put it this way, Miss Yan. First, this technology isn't something I can just give away as I please. Second, the force behind me isn't something you can handle. Third, I see moral blackmail as nothing more than bandit logic. If you want to talk, you need to have the attitude for it. If you just want to flaunt your young Mrs. Power here, then I'm sorry, that doesn't work on me. Dongfang Chen's words were also harsh. Without waiting for Yan Fangfang to speak, Dongfang Chen continued to add. Moreover, it's not you who should be talking to me. At this point, Yan Fangfang understood what he meant and angrily asked. You investigated me. I wouldn't call it that. I'm just thinking about the safety of the base, Dongfang Chen said, already losing his patience. He thought she was some old fox, but after all this time, she's just a little chick, a naive little chick. So, you knew my identity from the beginning. Yan Fangfang continued to press. Yes. Dongfang Chen replied. Then why didn't you kick me out at the beginning? There's no need. The base is everyone's base. As long as you don't cause trouble, I naturally welcome more people to come, Dongfang Chen replied frankly. You're really confident. Yan Fangfang joked. All right, if there's nothing else, then let's leave it at that, Dongfang Chen said, losing interest in continuing the conversation, and turned to leave. Hey! Wait! Yan Fangfang hurriedly stopped him. Anything else? Dongfang Chen asked impatiently, turning his head. Could you give me an extra dose of the antigen serum? I'm willing to buy it, Yan Fangfang asked. Logically speaking, Dongfang Chen wouldn't even bother with such an unreasonable request. But the person in front of him was different, with a powerful backer behind her. So, although her actions were both childish and thoughtless, he still had to give her the respect she deserved. What do you need it for? Dongfang Chen asked. I want to take a dose to my dad, Yan Fangfang explained. Since Dongfang Chen had investigated her, she thought he probably knew who her dad was. Dongfang Chen frowned and thought for a moment, not answering immediately, but instead asking. Aren't you worried there might be something wrong with the antigen? Dongfang Chen asked. Didn't I already take it? Yan Fangfang replied cryptically. There were multiple layers of meaning in this sentence. One layer was saying, I took it, and I'm fine. The second layer was saying, I took it, so I'm a walking test subject, and you can do all sorts of tests on me when I get back. Dongfang Chen nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and finally replied. I can give you an extra dose, but it's not free. Oh? What do you want? Yan Fangfang asked, overjoyed. I'm not going to ask for an exorbitant price. 1 dose of the antigen for 100 crystal cores. This is just a friendship price for you, and it's a one-time offer, Dongfang Chen replied. What are crystal cores? Yan Fangfang asked. As soon as Yan Fangfang asked, Dongfang Chen immediately understood. He overestimated her, definitely overestimated her. You, the beloved daughter of the commander, a PhD in biology, and a big sister who robs houses outside. Have you been wasting your time? You don't know what crystal cores are? It's understandable if ordinary bandits don't know. If you don't know, it means that Huiguo's research center, and even the Huiguo Congress, have very limited understanding of the virus. Dongfang Chen blinked, turned around, looked at her, and said, Sister Yan, crystal cores are a translucent, multifaceted crystalline substance that gradually forms in zombies from the day they zombify, also called zombie cores, usually located in the brainstem. Newly zombified zombies may not have them, but they basically form after more than 15 days of zombification. Oh? Is that so? So, you mean you have to kill at least 100 zombies to have a chance of getting 100 zombie cores? Yan Feng asked thoughtfully. That's right. Dongfang Chen replied with a smile. That's not right. This expression is wrong. Why is this kid smiling so strangely? Yan Feng thought, sizing him up. What's wrong? Dongfang Chen asked, feeling uncomfortable from her gaze. Can it be cheaper? Yan Feng asked. Damn it! Miss Yan! Do you think this is a vegetable market? You're even trying to haggle! Dongfang Chen exclaimed. Can't I haggle? Yan Feng asked, pretending to be innocent. Then I won't sell it. Dongfang Chen pretended to stop doing business and prepared to turn around and leave. Hey, I'm just asking, do you have to be like that? Yan Feng quickly stopped him. That's more like it. Dongfang Chen turned around triumphantly, looking like a petty person who had achieved his goal. Let me tell you, 100 crystal cores for a dose of the serum is a great deal for you. This is a one-time offer, and there won't be this price later. You don't know, the cost of developing this thing is very high, and the sacrifices are also very great. Yan Feng was a medical student and knew how much effort it took to develop a vaccine and how many resources were burned. So, it was understandable that the price was a bit high. But what did he mean by there wouldn't be this price later? Could she still buy it? So, she quickly asked. Do you mean you can sell it in large quantities? Here it comes. That's what he wanted, and he couldn't let this half day of acting go to waste. He replied pretentiously. Not in the short term, we can't produce that much. Look, there are still many people in our base who haven't been vaccinated yet. Once everyone in our base has been vaccinated, we can consider selling you some. How much can you produce each day? Yan Feng quickly asked. Alas! The production is pitifully low, only 2 doses can be produced each day. Dongfang Chen shook his head and sighed. Although the current production of the antigen was not high, that was because the queen bee didn't invest in many robots, but it wasn't so low that only 5 doses could be produced each day. As a natural con artist, he had a habit of not telling the truth if he could con someone, especially in matters that were closely related to his own interests. 2 doses. Yan Feng was stunned. You call that production? Isn't that just an experimental product from the lab? That's right. Didn't I say that this thing is very expensive? Dongfang Chen said. Dongfang Chen was naturally not afraid. In this world, no one but him could create this antigen. So, he could say whatever was convenient. Okay, wait a moment, I'll make a call. Yan Feng hurriedly took out her phone to make a call, and Dongfang Chen didn't stop her. Go ahead and call, if you can get through, I'll take your last name. She carried a satellite phone with her, which her dad gave her, directly connected to a military satellite. In order not to reveal her identity, she had never used it. She took out her phone and turned it on. Hey? Why is there no signal? Are you kidding me? What kind of junk is this? You said there would be a signal as long as I was on Blue Star? You're bragging, aren't you? Don't bother, you can't get through, Dongfang Chen said gloatingly. You? Yan Feng was speechless. That's right. If I didn't have this ability, would I let you wander around the base? Dongfang Chen boasted triumphantly. Can you let me make a call? I'll have my dad bring the crystal cores over. I want all the antigens, no matter how much you produce. Yan Feng patted her chest and guaranteed. Forget it. You should just go out and kill zombies tomorrow. When you have enough crystal cores, I'll give you a dose to take back. If you say it on the phone, your dad will think you've been scammed, Dongfang Chen said. Am I that easily scammed? Yan Fangfang said dissatisfied. What do you think? Dongfang Chen didn't talk to her anymore and turned to leave. I. Yan Fangfang was speechless, standing there dumbfounded. Dongfang Chen arranged for Brother Zhang to closely observe the people who had been vaccinated, and no one showed any allergic reactions. The next morning, in the underground base training area. Because 4 people didn't get vaccinated yesterday, there were 4 fewer people today. Comrades, today is your first day of combat training, so we won't arrange specific tasks. Everyone should focus on adapting to the weapons, equipment, and combat methods. In order to ensure that everyone can return safely, no one is allowed to take off their protective suits without permission or act alone. Do you hear me? Brother Zhang, as the captain, arranged. Yes. Everyone said in unison. Next, come over in groups to implant the bone mic, Brother Zhang ordered. The bone mic was mentioned earlier, full name, micro-implantable bone mic, which requires special equipment to wear. After wearing, it can only be removed by violently destroying the ear canal unless the device is removed. The bone mic is connected via satellite signal, and its function is the same as a walkie-talkie. Everyone, test the signal and volume. Check the weapons and equipment, check the energy bar magazines. Okay, let's go. After 30 minutes of arrangement, everyone lined up in 2 teams and walked out of the underground base. Chapter 29. This scene. Well, everyone, including their heads, was wrapped in black combat suits. If they weren't wearing other clothes, they'd look like a bunch of Spider-Men. Now, with camouflage suits over them, they really look like a gang of bandits preparing to rob a bank with guns. Captain, where are we going? Ruan Xinghua asked through the bone mic. Let's go check out my old shop first. Brother Zhang replied. The 40+ people were divided into groups of 5, acting independently. Before separating, Zhang Yuankui instructed everyone not to go too deep and to call for help immediately if they saw anything amiss. Roger. Ruan Xinghua replied. Ruan Xinghua's gun was custom-made by Dongfang Chen. Since he only had one hand, his gun was shaped like an oversized pistol, but much longer than a regular pistol. The group held their guns in one hand and quickly ran towards the park exit. Brother Zhang's shop was only about 3 kilometers away from Binjiang Park. After about half an hour, everyone arrived at the narrow alley where the shop was located. Brother Zhang issued a series of instructions with hand gestures. The group raised their guns and quickly took their positions. 1 person watched the front, 1 watched the left, 1 watched the right, and 2 watched the rear. The 5 formed a defensive formation, slowly advancing cautiously. The street was full of parked vehicles in disarray. Some windows were shattered, and some car windows, bodies, and interiors still had blackened bloodstains. The weather in December was bleak. The ground, car roofs, roadside public benches, were all covered with fallen leaves and dust, as well as rainwater stains from previous rains. The protective suits had a cold-proof function, so everyone didn't feel cold. Stepping on the thick fallen leaves on the ground inevitably made cracking sounds. After advancing about 50 meters, they suddenly heard a clang sound from a shop on the left. The group's hearts jolted, and they quickly closed ranks. Chu Zhengping, positioned on the left, pointed his gun at the shop. Slowly, they approached the shop door. The group quickly changed formation. Brother Zhang and Ruan Xinghua leaned against the walls on the left and right sides, respectively. Chu Zhengping looked at Brother Zhang, waiting for instructions. Brother Zhang nodded, and Chu Zhengping kicked the door open. Meow. A cat's meow sounded. As the sound faded, a cat quickly ran out of the shop. The group breathed a sigh of relief, straightened their bodies, and put away their guns. Damn! That scared me, Chu Zhengping said. As soon as he finished speaking, the group felt something was wrong, and they instantly felt a cold sweat running down their backs. Just as they were about to raise their guns, they heard a roar sound. A zombie rushed out of the shop and pounced on Chu Zhengping. The zombie's strength was surprisingly great, and Chu Zhengping was almost pinned to the ground like a large bolster, unable to move. With a pew sound, Brother Zhang fired, and the zombie's head exploded. Thick, brownish-black blood flowed all over Chu Zhengping's face. Fortunately, the protective suit protected him, and the blood didn't actually flow onto his face. Immediately afterward, the zombie fell limply, pressing down on Chu Zhengping. Brother Zhang kicked the zombie away and pulled Chu Zhengping up. Chu Zhengping wiped the disgusting blood from his face and nodded to Brother Zhang, indicating that he was fine. Brother Zhang bent down and took out the dagger from his leg. He cut open the back of the zombie's head and successfully took out a blue crystal of about 2 centimeters from it. Squad leader, is this the crystal core? Ruan Xinghua asked. Zhang Yuankui nodded. Dongfang Chen had talked about the crystal cores during the training in the base before. He also told everyone that this thing was very useful. Many things in the base's production and construction required it, so he asked everyone to collect as much as possible. However, this was the first time everyone had seen a real crystal core. You said the boss is also in the base every day, and hasn't come out like us. How does he know these things? Ruan Xinghua asked curiously. You can't change this bad habit. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, just do your job. Brother Zhang criticized sternly. He. Squad leader is right. Hey? Squad leader, what's wrong? Ruan Xinghua flattered with a smile, suddenly seeing Zhang Yuankui staring blankly at the zombie's corpse, not moving. Brother Zhang didn't answer. Squad leader, do you know him? Chu Zhengping asked. Brother Zhang nodded and said. We were all business owners on the same street, always seeing each other. Although I can't recognize his appearance anymore, I still recognize his clothes. Chu Zhengping gently patted Brother Zhang's shoulder, comforting him. Ah! He was a pitiful person too. Brother Zhang shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and sighed. On the other side, Yan Fang's team. Her team was all veterans who had been following her. The group had just experienced a small battle, killing 2 zombies. Yan Fang dug out the crystal core from the back of the zombie's head, looked at it in her hand, and froze there. Sister Yan, is this the crystal core? A man asked. Yan Fang nodded, without speaking. Sister Yan, I think we need to go back once, the man said in sign language. Yan Fang still didn't reply. Sister Yan, the intelligence here is very important, you don't. The man continued to gesture. Yan Fang directly raised her hand to interrupt the man, angrily gesturing. What, do you think I'm acting like a spoiled young lady? No. The man hurriedly waved his hand. It's good if you don't. I've said it many times, don't discuss anything else here. This base is not simple, very not simple. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Your current task is to eliminate zombies with all your strength and collect this crystal core, I have great use for it, Yan Fang ordered with gestures. Yes. The group nodded in response. The bone mic might be monitored. So everyone didn't dare to communicate directly through language, and could only use sign language. Inside the underground base, Dongfang Chen sat in the office, leaning back in his chair, rubbing his hands, looking at the screen. The screen was divided into several small windows, which displayed the movements of each group in real time. Dongfang Chen also saw the actions of Yan Fang and her group. He smiled softly, without any expression. Soon it was 5 or 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Each group behaved very conservatively, not going too deep. Brother Zhang issued a return order on the main channel. After receiving the order, each group returned one after another, except for Yan Fang's group. Sister Yan, we should go back, a team member said. Stop talking nonsense, keep going forward. Yan Fang said. But... The member hesitated. No buts, execute the order. Yan Fang ordered irrefutably. The group had no choice but to form a defensive formation and continue to advance. Yan Fang was a little unwilling. So far, she had only collected 6 crystal cores. It would take more than half a month to collect 100 crystal cores. No way. The time is too long. She was a little anxious, perhaps the powerful equipment gave her the courage to take risks. Dongfang Chen frowned when he saw this scene. He picked up his phone and dialed Brother Zhang's satellite phone. Hello, boss. Zhang Yuankui answered the phone. Brother Zhang, Yan Fang's group hasn't withdrawn. Arrange for someone to go and take a look. The location is near the intersection of Jianxi Road and Shuimo Street, Dongfang Chen said. Okay, boss. Brother Zhang hung up the phone, and contacted Ling Zhenhai's group and Tong Li's group nearby on the road. The 3 groups quickly rushed to the target location. The other groups quickly returned according to the established plan. The halo of the sun gradually faded, and the last ray of sunlight disappeared on the horizon. Feeling the arrival of the night, the zombies became active, and the entire city instantly became filled with panic. Yan Fangfang and her group walked cautiously on Shuimo Street. For safety reasons, they did not rashly break into buildings. Clang clang, rattle rattle, swish swish. Various noisy sounds came from the stores on both sides. In order to avoid attracting the attention of zombies as much as possible, the group had stopped moving and were nervously looking around. Pew dot. Yan Fangfang fired. The zombie that had just ran out of the store was shot in the head with one shot. The gunshot was not loud, but it still disturbed other zombies. Immediately afterward, 4 or 5 zombies quickly attacked. The group did not hesitate and began to shoot. They were all trained veterans, decisive in their actions, shooting each zombie in the head. As the number of zombies continued to increase, they retreated towards Jianxi Road while fighting. Roar! A loud roar sounded. Immediately afterward, 2 cars flew towards the 5 people. Yan Fangfang quickly leaned back, and the people on the left and right sides leaned to both sides at the same time. The 2 people behind them couldn't dodge in time and were directly hit by the flying cars. Before Yan Fangfang could recover from the sudden accident, a road pole flew towards her. Looking at the flying object, she didn't have time to react, thinking she was doomed. At this moment, the person on the right directly pounced over, blocking in front of her. The speed of the road pole was very fast, and the man was directly knocked away. The road pole lost its momentum and fell to the ground. Chapter 30. In just 10 odd seconds, the situation took a sharp turn. Of the 5-person team, 3 were seriously injured. At this moment, Yan Fangfang felt some regret. But she couldn't afford to dwell on it. She quickly sought cover, observing calmly. A large, hulking zombie was heading towards them, pushing aside any obstacles in its path. The cars it shoved aside crashed with loud, echoing thuds. Pew dot. Yan Fangfang quickly fired, aiming for the behemoth's head. Unfortunately, the laser struck the large zombie's forehead, emitting a puff of smoke, but not causing much damage. The behemoth was getting closer and closer. Only 2 people were still capable of fighting. There was no way the 2 of them could carry 3 seriously injured teammates to safety. Yan Fangfang felt a bit desperate, at a loss. Just then, the sound of gunfire, pew pew pew, came from a distance, all aimed at the large zombie. It was Zhang Ji's 3 teams arriving. The continuous lasers fired from the laser guns converged, creating instantaneous high heat. In less than 3 seconds, they pierced through the large zombie's head. After the behemoth fell, the team members quickly divided tasks, helping the 3 seriously injured individuals retreat. The others guarded the flanks, eliminating any stray zombies that approached. Underground base, medical area. The 3 injured were undergoing treatment in the treatment room. Yan Fangfang leaned against the wall outside the treatment room, head drooping, tears streaming down her face. Dongfang Chen quickly walked over, looking at Zhang Yuankui beside him, and anxiously asked. How are they? Zhang Yuankui replied. They seem to have fractures. The impact was quite severe, but they're alive. Dongfang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, such an incident occurring during the guard team's first mission would greatly affect morale. Dongfang Chen looked down at Yan Fangfang, disheveled and tearful. He wanted to get angry, but inexplicably couldn't. He calmly said. Yan Fangfang, stand up. Yan Fangfang ignored him, still drooping her head, silently sobbing. Yan Fangfang, are you testing my patience? Seeing Yan Fangfang ignoring him, Dongfang Chen's temper flared up. If you want to die, go die far away. Don't die here. What are you shouting for? What does it matter to you whether I live or die? Yan Fangfang retorted angrily, standing up. She then wiped the tears from her face with the back of her hand. I'm telling you. If it weren't for your special status, I wouldn't have sent people to save you. It's fine if you die, but please don't implicate others when you do. Dongfang Chen pointed at her, gritting his teeth as he spoke. You. Fine, fine, fine. You all bring up my status. What's wrong with my status? Do you think I want this? If I had a choice, I'd rather be born into an ordinary family. Yan Fangfang's emotions collapsed, and she squatted down, crying again. With her personality, under normal circumstances, she would have already exploded with rage and stormed off. But this time was different. This time, it was indeed her fault that 3 teammates were seriously injured. Moreover, Dongfang Chen had a special status. If she just left, it would mean the potential cooperation between them would be completely ruined. Therefore, both publicly and privately, she couldn't leave. Dongfang Chen was probably the first person in a long time to raise his voice at her, not even her father had done that. What was even more frustrating was that she had to endure being scolded. These factors combined led to her acting uncharacteristically and squatting down to cry after being wronged in this way. You. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Chen was a little flustered. Even a god of slaughter would retreat in the face of a woman's tears. After a minute of silence, Dongfang Chen sighed and said in a gentler tone. Yan Fang Fang. From now on, you are no longer a member of the base's guard team, and you are also prohibited from going outside. After your 3 subordinates recover, leave together. My place is too small to accommodate a great Buddha like you. With that, Dongfang Chen turned and left. Dongfang Chen. Dongfang Chen, stop. Seeing Dongfang Chen leave, Yan Fang Fang hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly. But Dongfang Chen ignored her. He didn't even turn his head, and his pace didn't falter. At this time, many zombies had gathered outside the base, fiercely attacking the walls and gates. This was the first time the base had been attacked. To prevent the gates from being breached, the guard team members were divided into 4 groups, guarding the east, south, west, and north gates respectively. Seeing Dongfang Chen walking over, Ling Zhenhai, who was guarding the east gate, walked over and shouted loudly. Boss, why are you here? He had to shout, as the massive gate was being slammed and rattled. Combined with the roars of the massive number of zombies, the mixed sound was deafening. Just came to take a look. Let's go, up to the wall. Dongfang Chen also shouted loudly. Ling Zhenhai nodded and followed Dongfang Chen up the wall via the side staircase that had been set aside. The wind on the wall was very cold and strong. The people standing on the wall seemed very small. Looking down from above, dozens of zombies had gathered at the gate. They kept pushing forward, baring their fangs and claws. They looked like a group of starving people scrambling for food. There were also a few scattered zombies trying to climb up the wall, but none of them succeeded. Dongfang Chen wasn't flustered, just quietly watching. He also occasionally glanced into the distance. Ling Zhenhai and the others followed beside him, also not saying much, just standing there. 10 minutes later, Dongfang Chen took a deep breath. He took out his phone from his pocket and dialed. Xiaolin, start. Then, he hung up the phone. Boss, what is this? Ling Zhenhai asked doubtfully. It's nothing, just watch. Dongfang Chen replied simply, not explaining. Ling Zhenhai didn't say anything more, quietly waiting. In about a minute or two, the situation outside the wall changed. The zombies stopped attacking the gate and instead scattered in all directions, creating a chaotic scene. But because the wall was high and the light was dim, it was difficult to see clearly. Soon, the zombies began to lie down, unmoving. In about 5 minutes, the scene became completely quiet. All right, let's go back. Dongfang Chen said. Ling Zhenhai looked shocked and puzzled. What was going on? What happened? Why were all the zombies dead? Boss, can I go out and take a look? Ling Zhenhai hesitated for a moment, then asked. Oh? Sure, go ahead. Dongfang Chen replied, then returned to the underground base on his own. Ling Zhenhai and his group opened the gate and walked out. Nothing. There was nothing. Besides some faint scratches and secretions visible on the ground and walls, and the lingering stench of decay in the air, there was nothing else. It was as if the zombies had never been there at all. Where are the zombies? Everyone wondered. The guard team members in the other 3 directions were in the same situation. What happened? Why did the zombies disappear for no reason? Everyone looked at each other, all with confused expressions. Dongfang Chen returned to his office, where Yan Fang Fang was waiting at the door. No one could enter the office except Dongfang Chen. Where did you go? Yan Fang Fang asked. What? Miss Yan, do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Dongfang Chen retorted. Ah? No, no, no. Yan Fang Fang cowered, waving her hands hastily. She had to cower. Dongfang Chen had the antigen, the life-saving medicine that could save countless lives. Moreover, if they could cooperate, it could bring significant political capital to her family. Therefore, Dongfang Chen must not be offended. For this reason, after a complex internal struggle, Yan Fang chose to lower her head. Although she was somewhat arrogant and had the temper of a young mistress, it was undeniable that she had an innocent, life-saving heart. If it were only for the benefit of her family, she might have chosen not to compromise and then leave. But in order to allow more people to survive, she had to make sacrifices. Perhaps, a person's growth begins with the first time they lower their head.